All right. Well, hello and welcome to the Dragon Quest II part of the RPG or the Dragon Quest RTA Marathon 2024. Today we're going to find out which Dragon Quest is the best. I'm joking, of course, but we got three versions of it. It's a kind of a race we're trying out here for this marathon, which we have three versions. We have first Anatoleu.
Hey, I'm Anatoleu, and I'm going to be running the NES version of Dragon Quest II.
Yep. And then we have ErrorofRuto.
Hello, I'm ErrorofRuto. I'm running the superior Super Famicom version.
And then last, of course, we have Xytoriak.
I am Xytoriak. I'm be running the most fun version, which is the Game Boy Color version.
All right, so we got a bit of a wait once we get going here, so let's go ahead and get this thing started. You guys ready?
Almost. I was doing silly Cloak of Wind glitch things. Let me leave Moonbrook in the mountains. Okay.
Yeah, I see you there.
Hey, princess.
Yeah, she's just hanging out in the mountains there.
You're a terrible cousin.
All right, I'm ready.
All right. Well, here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, good luck.
Good luck, everybody.
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck, guys. So for all three versions of this game, we actually have a intro sequence. Basically describes what happened in the first game, where the warrior Erdrick saved the world from Dragon Lord, and this takes place 100 years later, where him and his bride founded all these kingdoms across the land, and we're soon to find out there are things afoot. So you'll see the Super Famicom and the Game Boy Color versions are still going through the intro. Pretty slow for them, but you'll see here in the NES, we're already in Moonbrook here with the king and his daughter. And the forces of Hargran are attacking.
Yeah, the intro on the Super Famicom version is a little over 5 minutes. So, a little bit behind to start.
Yeah, I believe the NES is around 3.5 minutes, and Game Boy Color is pretty close to the Super Famicom version as well. So this is probably the first time we'll ever get to see a dead king 3 times in a row here, within a minute of each other.
Pretty exciting.
Feels dead king, man.
Yeah, it looks like we got one king down.
Anatoleu wins the Dead King % race.
That's right. We've, it's basically over at this point.
Yeah, this is widely known as the biggest RNG wall of the entire run.
Everything is 100% scripted after this.
Yep, and this is actually interesting to see because I've never seen the Game Boy Color and Super Famicom side by side before, and it looks like the Game Boy Color is actually a little bit faster.
Just a little bit. But yeah, the Switch version is not included because it's not really fair. The Switch version is way faster than the others.
Yeah, so they, we'll talk about it as we go along, but they rebalanced the games between the NES version and the Super Famicom, and then the Game Boy Color version here is actually based on the Super Famicom. So it's pretty close to the Super Famicom version, but it has some minor differences. But the Switch version, they completely rewrote the thing again, and it's quite a bit different. They rebalanced all the enemies, the spells, the leveling is actually different with what spells you learn at different levels. So we now have 3 Dead Kings, and we finally get to set off on our adventure on NES. So at the start here, your typical king charges the hero here, Quest RTA, with defeating the evil Hargon. It's the first time we ever heard of him. I don't know if we'll ever hear from him again. I don't know. We'll find out. But it looks like Anatoleu here he's blocked here by the dog. But this is kind of where we first see our first difference between the versions. So Anatoleu here is just going to buy a few herbs. He's going to hopefully get a lottery ticket, which is about a 1 in 6 chance to get. Lottery tickets sell for 53 gold, and it's really good early game money, because it's really hard to come by money in the early game, and any kind of death is very expensive in all 3 versions, actually. We'll find out here in the Super Famicom and Game Boy Color versions, the way that buying and selling and getting lottery tickets are actually quite different in that you can actually manipulate them. We'll see a bunch of buying and selling here coming up once they get to the shop, and what they're doing is buying to a specific gold value. They basically have a big list of an order that they want to buy stuff in. They have a specific gold value, and they will be guaranteed to get a lottery ticket whenever they buy at that specific, the ending gold is at a specific number. So first thing to do is we got to find the rest of our party. The first, of course, is the Prince of Canuck, and he is we thought he was at his castle, but we went there to find him, and the king says he is off in the Spring of Bravery, which is off to the northeast of the castle of Canuck. So we're off on a quest to find him. In all 3 versions, we're actually not going to fight any enemies at the beginning of the game here until we find him, because we want to level both characters at the same time initially. So it's kind of a bit of a waste of time to kill stuff with the hero until we get the Prince of Canuck. Or also, another confusing thing about this game is that we'll all refer to these characters with different names. Originally on the NES, it's called Prince of Canuck and Prince Middenhall here, who's the main hero. But in the Japanese version, he's called Laurasia and Samutoria, or Sama, Prince of Samutoria. So we'll see people use those names interchangeably throughout the run here, but we'll try to be more specific when we can, but you'll have to bear with us a bit. So it looks like Air is off. He did his first buying session and is off to the Canuck Castle, and then Xytoriak here is just finishing up his buying session. So we talked to this old wizard man here up in the upper left, and he tells you that the prince was just here, but he just left, and he went to Middenhall Castle, or Laurasia Castle. So we're gonna have to do a bit of a fetch quest to find him. Anatoleu here is gonna just death warp because it's gonna be faster. And actually, all 3 beginning strategy here at the very beginning is actually very similar. We'll be doing the same thing: talk to the king, go over to Spring of Bravery, talk to the old man, and death warp. So thankfully on the NES version, they did not put all the story triggers in that exist in the later versions of the game. So in the later versions of the game, they actually have to go back to the first castle, Middenhall or Laurasia, to talk to the king there to see if the prince had visited, which he did. But on the NES version, we don't have to do that step. We can go straight to the town of Leftwind here, which is where he's going to be waiting for us. So we got Error and Xytoriak now making their way to the old man in the Spring Bravery. And the enemies are pretty dangerous through here. You have to watch your healing. We bought a bunch of herbs here to prepare ourselves to get through this cave. Either 3 or 4 herbs, depending on how many the buying and selling allowed for. So it looks like Anatoleu now has the Prince of Cannock, and we're ready to start a bit of a grind session. So Anatoleu here is going to grind to probably level 3 and 3 or 3 and 2 on the hero and Lars. We want to get, the main thing is to get Lars some extra MP, which he gets a lot on the first level, as well as the spell of Fireball. So Fireball will basically one-shot a lot of the enemies in the early game, and it's extremely useful when you're like under-leveled and underpowered here.
I'm gonna go up to hero level 4 since I can. I like to dive into the Silver Cave early.
Oh yeah, that's right. So that's the other thing here. So I don't think the other 2 runners will do this, but an option on the NES is to actually get the silver key early. You can either once we get the boat later on, you can come back and get it, which is what the other 2 will probably do. But you can actually go over there, get the silver key early. Allows you to pick up an extra wing, some extra gold, maybe fight a favorable encounter or 2 to get your experience up a bit more. And then you don't have to go back later, which is kind of a long sail and walk back in.
Yeah, the other versions like to go later because we get guaranteed runs from everything in the cave at that point.
Yeah, so I guess now's probably a good time to bring up the running mechanics in these games. So for the NES version, all the running is a flat 2/3 chance. So no matter what enemy, if it's easy, if it's difficult, you always have a 2 out of 3 chance to run on every try, and it never changes. So for the NES version, it's both good and bad. Good in that you can escape difficult enemies at a reasonable rate, but bad in that you can try to run forever and you never make it. But on the Super Famicom and Game Boy Color versions, they have a modified run rate, which is similar to what we see in a lot of the other games of their time, which is the first run chance is 50%, the second run chance is 50%, the third one is 75%, and the fourth one is 87.5%. So technically, on the other 2 versions, you could run forever, but the chances are much better that you'll run on the 4th try. That even though you still have a pretty good chance once you get to that point, the enemies in Dragon Quest II are so dangerous that we're going to actually be fighting most of them along the way. And that's kind of what makes this game pretty fun to play and run, in that it rewards like knowing all your enemies and what they can do, and how to efficiently take them out so they don't kill you, because we're going through the game at pretty low levels, and if you don't make poor decisions, they're actually going to kill you. So that it's actually, for the Super Famicom and Game Boy Color versions, they're actually going to be fighting more enemies along the way than we do typically on the NES version. Partially because the initial run chance, 50%, first 2 are 50% to run away. It's a fair bit lower than the NES version, and if you fail to run twice, there's a good chance you're going to lose 1 or 2 characters, which is extremely bad in this game. So now we got Error now. He has the Prince, and Xytoriak is now just picking him up. Error and Xytoriak are now going to do an even longer buying and selling session to manipulate lottery tickets. So they're going to basically going to fill their inventories with a bunch of herbs, wings, all the stuff they're going to and build up their gold to like 400 and some, so they can buy good weapons for both characters here, and a shield for both of them as well. So it's a good way to make up for those low levels early, so you can just efficiently get through these early levels, make it down to Hamlin and not die is the short of it. So it's a pretty long buying and selling session, and it actually takes a bit of concentration to make sure you're at the right spot and menuing. It's particularly difficult to menu on the Game Boy Color version because it only has the 2 buttons, and the way they mapped menu and confirm on the buttons and scrolling through text actually makes it extremely difficult to go through these menus quickly. And you have to be careful because you don't want to back out. So, looks like Anatoleu's getting close to wrapping up his grind here. He's going to get 4 on the hero and 3 on Lars. And Air's approaching kind of the end of his buying and selling session. He's up around 400 some gold here. Yep. And he's going to buy some weapons, and he will also start a bit of a grind. So the upside to doing getting these early weapons is that you can kill things a bit easier and get your levels quicker on the Super Famicom and Game Boy Color versions. Alright, so it looks like Anatoleu is ready to go here. He's buying some herbs and probably stay at the inn here if he hasn't already, and he'll make his way over to the Silver Key Cave. So the Silver Key is actually an item that we're only going to actually need for one door in the game, but it's a very important door, especially in the NES version, because it's going to be our main way to get gold. And also the same in Super Famicom and Game Boy Color. It's gonna be a good way for us to get a bunch of gold. Yep. So if people are just joining in, we got a 3-way race here. It's kind of a new idea that these guys came up with to run 3 different versions of Dragon Quest II. So in the upper left we have the NES version. In the upper right, we had the Super Famicom version, which was only released in Japan. And in the bottom, we have the Game Boy Color, which was released in North America. So the Super Famicom version and the Game Boy Color versions are pretty close as far as how they play, because the Game Boy Color version is based off of the Super Famicom version. But the NES version is quite a bit different. It's quite an old game, and they did some rebalancing work for the remake.
Yep, it's older and very different for better and worse.
Yep. Yep, always equip. Looks like Xytoriak is ready to go do a bit of grounding as well. So we got Anatoleu now. He's making his way through the lake cave to get the silver key, and then Air and Xytoriak are now doing a little bit of grinding. I think they want to get up to levels 3 and 2.
Yep.
But once they do that, they're actually going to start moving on to the next town, which is Hamlin, or Moonpeta in the Japanese version.
Yeah, I'm still on my DQ6 muscle memory from yesterday, so I keep pressing the wrong buttons.
Yeah, that's one thing about playing a bunch of different Dragon Quest games, and no two are alike. They either have like slightly different menu timings, they have menu options in different spots in the menu for whatever reason, and it makes it very difficult to switch between games if you play multiples.
Yeah, my confirm and cancel buttons are different from Monsters 2 earlier this morning.
That's exactly why I didn't volunteer to like race that with you, because the menu button is different between Monsters 2 and Warrior 2.
Yep, looks like Error's now making his way through the cave here to go head south. Once you hit a line here, just out of the cave, it becomes quite a bit more dangerous with enemy encounters. So Error's going to force an encounter up here to the north in the easier zone, so he'll have more steps in the more dangerous zone once he starts moving down that way. So that's another difference about the older and the newer version, is that the NES version basically has like a pure random encounter rate, right? So you have a certain amount of chance every step you take, depending on the tile you step on, to have an encounter. But the remake in Super Famicom and Game Boy Color actually have what's called a counter, where it will count up the number of steps you take, and the higher that counter gets, the higher the chance that you'll get an encounter on the next tile. You're not guaranteed, but once that counter goes all the way from like 0 to 255. So once it gets up to 255, you got a really high chance of getting an encounter. And that's actually another thing that the Game Boy Color version differs from the Super Famicom version, in that the way that encounter number, that step counter, is reset. So on the Super Famicom, every time you enter a town, hit stairs, exit, or enter areas, that counter is automatically reset to 0. But on the Game Boy Color, they actually don't reset that counter when you enter and exit towns or dungeons. So it's actually a bit more dangerous at times when, say, you walk around in town a bunch, you increase that counter a whole bunch, and then the first step you take out of town, you're going to get an encounter. But that does not happen on the Super Famicom version. Alright, so now Error has made it to Moonpeta in the Japanese version, and he's talking to this old man here who informs you he can in fact save. You don't have to talk to the king, which is actually a new thing for this game. In the original game, you always had to talk to the king, and up until this point, you actually talked to 2 different kings to save the game until you reach that old man. So now Error, he saved the game for a safety save here, but he's going to make his way down around this little lake here to get the Mirror of Ra, which is the first occurrence of this item that they've used in many Dragon Quest games later on. We saw it in Dragon Quest VI yesterday. So we're going to use this mirror to free the princess from her furry form, because she's been turned into a dog. So anatoleu there, he got the silver key, and he death warped to get back to the castle much faster. When you have a death, you lose half your gold, and you're going to have to revive the Prince of Cannock, which is expensive, but as long as you plan for it with the amount of gold you have, you're usually okay. So Error now is going to use the Mirror of Ra on this random dog here, and it's the princess. So now the 3 cousins are reunited to defeat some evil bad guy that we don't know the name of.
I think it started with a B.
Was it B?
Maybe. Like bar none? Something like that.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. Alright, so Error's now going to start a bit of another grind here. So he wants to get some levels on his characters, and wants to get the princess, Nana is her name, up to eventually level 4, but level 2 she learns the sleep spell, which is an extremely important spell, in that a lot of these early enemies are vulnerable to it, as well as even later enemies in the game. So she's going to be using that spell the whole game.
Yeah, the sleep spell kind of makes the game work. If you don't know where you can use it, it's a very difficult game to complete.
Yeah, and a lot of the enemies are vulnerable, at least in partly vulnerable, so you can land it. And so now we got Anatoleu now making his way down to the town, and then Xytoriak's now saving, so he will make his way down to the mirror.
That was scary.
Ooh,
Did you almost die?
No, it was the first try run, but it could have been scary.
Yep, and that's why I would take that safety save there, because there is a small chance you can die on this run, or this, I guess, run for the mirror. Yeah, so this is actually the first game that we have multiple characters in the series. Before this, it was just the solo character one-on-one versus enemies, as you saw earlier in the Switch version. And this, having multiple characters and multiple enemies on the screen, opens up a huge dynamic that, like, that's how Dragon Quest games are nowadays, right? You got multiple characters, multiple enemies, all kinds of strategy. Who's going to go first? Like, am I going to get this heal off first? Am I going to get the sleep on these enemies first? And definitely it changes the series a lot. So, like, people who have just played the first game, it's like completely night and day as far as how they play, and it was basically paved the way for all the future games. And with that, actually, also because of how quickly they've developed the second game, in the NES's case here, it also made the balance of the game quite difficult. I think originally I read that the first starting area where you are when you're finding the Prince of Cannock, the enemies there, they could show up in groups of like 4 or 5 or more originally, and then the playtesting at the beginning of the game, they're like, no, we can't do this. So they actually, as long as you're on that first continent, the max number of enemies you can get is 3. So they limited it just kind of as a quick balance fix. But once you get to the end of the game, like, anybody who's played this game kind of knows like how brutal the end game can be. And unfortunately, they did not get a lot of time to test the end game before they had to ship the game. So it can be a bit of a slog. So it looks like now, Anatoleu looks like he reset there because he had a death on the way to the mirror.
The magic ants got me sleep locked.
Yeah. It's pretty rare that it happens, but it can happen. Those magic ants, if you get multiples, they'll just sleep lock you and put you to death. So it looks like Xytoriak's now, he's got the princess doing a little bit of grinding as well. And now Error is making his way to Moonbrook Castle here, the destroyed castle that we saw at the beginning of the game. So casually, you usually come here and you're like, okay, what happened here? And you see these flames walking around, and you can actually talk to the flames, and one of them's like the king, and some of them they're soldiers, and they'll tell you some of what happened, and they'll hint that the princess was turned into an animal, and that you have to find a mirror to free her. But the reason Error is actually coming here is that in the remakes of this version, in the basement, they actually placed a couple of seeds. I think a HP and an MP seed here. So that was new to the remakes. The original game does not have seeds in them, so seeds give obviously a little bit of a random stat boost to whatever character you use them on. There's a limited number in this game. In the Super Famicom and Game Boy Color versions, they're going to be using those seeds on very specific characters so they can hit thresholds at certain points of the game to defeat enemies. So Anatoleu has the mirror now. He's going to head back and free the princess, and he'll be starting his own grind. So once we complete this little grind section and this little extended section here to grab the seeds in the castle that Error just completed, there won't actually be too much grinding until we hit the end of the game. After this, we should have enough levels to kind of fight things as we go and level up and maintain enough durability to move through the game until we get to the end section.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a grind here, because it is nice if I can use one pool of MP on Sama and the Princess to learn the Inferno spell before I go to the Tower of Wind. But yeah, after that, it's basically we fight just about everything that we see for the rest of the game, and just kind of grind as we go.
Yep, and then, like I said earlier, this is the first game with multiple characters and multiple enemies. This is the first game with spells that hit multiple enemies and multiple characters on your end as well. So that first one is Inferno, she learns at level 4, which will do around, low 20 some damage to all enemies in one group. So it's really nice to have, like in this case, Air has those 3 lizard flies there. He doesn't have Infernos yet, so he's sleeping them. But if he did, you can just cast that, wipe that group out really quickly. Yep, so generally after this grind, you'll be around levels 7, 6, and 4-ish. 7, 7, 4-ish, depending on deaths and whatnot. But after we do that, we'll be headed off to the Tower of Wind to get our next key item.
Nice station.
Nice Gaishin.
And I got my own. It's critical time, baby.
Now the biggest RNG wall in the Game Boy Color version. Oh, he went the wrong way.
Yeah, so this flame here on the Game Boy Color version really likes to block the way here to get to the basement, as Xytoriak is demonstrating. Unfortunately, the only thing you can do is wait for him to walk out. It behaves just like an NPC, and I think that flame is kind of limited on the spaces that they can walk to. So unfortunately, these two are the, there you go. Those 2 spaces that block your way are 2 of the ones that they're usually in. Yeah, so another thing about the names of Cannock and Moonbrook, they actually get their names from however you name the hero's name. So it's just kind of they do a checksum on the name of the hero, and depending on the number of characters and if they're uppercase or lowercase and what they are, it'll select from a list of 8 possible names for each of the other 2 characters. But on the Game Boy Color version, you can actually rename them from the file menu. If you save your game, quit, there's a button combination you can hold to rename them manually.
That's what I did to rename them Lore, Sama, and Moon, so that at least when you're talking about Error's game or my game, make more sense on who we're talking about.
Yep, and then what's Error's name? It's she, Conan, and Nana.
And Nana, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we pick she because it's the fastest name to choose that gives us short names for those 2. Saves a few frames when it's writing out the text.
Yeah, mainly when you're leveling up, right?
Yeah.
Yep, so everybody's kind of continuing this grind here. Not too much to talk about. There are I will mention though that these grinds in this game is actually kind of fun, in that you really have to know the enemies, because they're pretty dangerous if you don't take the right actions. So especially like on the bottom here, these baboons that Xytoriak is killing, they're extremely dangerous. They can do, like 2 hits could kill Moon possibly. So you have to make sure you get them to sleep, make sure you keep them asleep, and cut them down quickly.
And one thing you'll note that's different on the Super Famicom version is that I will be using what's known as the half tile technique, where I will walk into the corners of some tiles in order to bump off of them, because my encounter threat doesn't increase on those little bump steps. So it saves me a couple of encounters over the course of the run, makes it a little bit safer getting through floors of dungeons and such.
Yeah, the half step of the Super Famicom version, it affects both this and Dragon Quest 1, which is a combo cartridge that these came on. They have half steps that allow for you to do exactly what Error was talking about. So now that Error has the Inferno spell, you can see those little tornadoes that appear below the lizard flies. You can just quickly wipe them out and quickly kill that magician and move on. Makes this quite a bit safer and faster to get through to the tower.
I think my cartridge broke. I forgot there was other encounters other than baboons.
Yeah, you're getting a lot of them. It's good for gold though.
Yeah.
You get stuck in B pattern?
Sure did.
Baboon pattern.
Yeah, B pattern. Yeah, if anybody of you missed it, you should watch the ending of Error's Dragon Quest 6 run. His Deathmore fight was quite fun to watch, and it was a struggle, but he made it through the second time.
Yeah, I went back and watched it, and it's a weird experience rewatching that fight after the fact, because when you're in the middle of it, like, there's some level of control to it, and you're so focused on not losing control that you don't realize just how chaotic the fight is going sometimes.
Yeah, it's just like,
it was a wild
don't
one.
die. Don't die, don't die.
Yeah, that's about it.
Yep, so it looks like Anatoleu here on the NES is getting close here to level 4 for his princess, Alani. And I'm not sure where Xytoriak is, because the Game Boy Color, unfortunately, doesn't display everything on the screen. So you don't see the levels when you're in a battle.
Moon is at 3, almost 4.
Okay, so he's getting close too. So they should be off to the moon, or the Tower of Wind here shortly.
To the moon.
To the moon, yeah. A lot of moons in this game.
There's even a full moon tower later.
Mm-hmm. Yep, so that was Sama 7, Moon 4.
Mm.
Nice. So you can see that the Super Famicom and the Game Boy Color versions, the battles move a little bit quicker, as well as they have a little bit better equipment than Anatoleu has. So they're getting through their grinds a little faster. Also, Anatoleu had picked up the silver key earlier, so he was a little bit behind entering this area than he would be otherwise. But he'll make that back up a little bit later.
To answer Cowie's question, no. Half step does not save as much time as you lose to the Baran and PCs blocking your path, because that time loss is infinite.
Yes, I don't think the first Dragon Warrior really has NPCs that block you. maybe
I think the one in the throne room can.
throne room. Yeah, I could see that. It's pretty rare, but like this is like the real first game that the NPCs can, at least in the speedrun sense, that the NPCs can really troll you. And not only that, they put an NPC that sells you a required item behind a counter that you can't speak to him on one of the steps. You can walk to 2 different steps, and you can't talk to him on one. I think you can on Super Famicom with the half step, right?
Yeah.
So Super Famicom, you can't talk to him, but on GBC and NES, you actually can't talk to him. And they've actually, for some reason, they've continued that in some of the other later games as well. So you'll see NPCs behind counters that you can't talk to.
Looking at you, Dragon Warrior 4, Gardenberg.
Yeah. And Soretta.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, you can get blocked on the flute tile, picking up the flute in Dragon Warrior or Dragon Quest 1. But it's kind of a running theme, especially with these older games. The GBC version actually has less of a problem with this in Dragon Quest 2 here, in that I think for lag reasons and like sprite limit reasons, they actually moved a lot of the NPCs into separate rooms. So in Baran later on, there'll be a lot of stairs that you can go up and down, and those NPCs that were normally like walking around town, that you actually won't see them at all. All right. So how's everybody feeling? Pretty good about this so far? Looks pretty solid start for everybody.
Yeah,
for sure.
pretty solid start. Saved 4 minutes against my PB getting Nana because the start was so fast.
There you go.
Yeah. I saved 2 minutes, and that was with the restart and renaming.
That's
Very
great.
nice.
Yeah, NES is good start so far. No real disasters, and it's all good until one
Until
thing
it's
goes
not.
wrong.
Until it's not, yeah. All right, so Error made it through the tower wind. He picked up the wind mantle, and then he's at the top of the tower here, and he actually opened this chest at the top, which actually has a I guess wizard's ring,
Prayer ring, yeah.
prayer ring.
Same thing.
Yeah. So in the NES, it's called wizard's ring. That later on they call them prayer rings. So that will, when you use it, it will give you MP, but it also has a chance to break. I believe it's 1 out of 10 on this game.
I think so.
Sounds
Sometimes it feels like 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. Moonbrook has big fingers, so
Yeah, you gotta watch her.
I know last week when we did the practice race, the first use I did broke the prayer ring right away. But luckily you get 4 of them in our route, so...
Yeah, so that's something that does not exist in the original NES version. If Anatoleu actually went up to the top level of that tower and opened that chest, there would be nothing in that chest. Whether it's a thing they're like, oh, we just ran out of time, we didn't know what to put in the chest, so we just didn't put anything in the chest, or if they ran out of time and it's like, oh, we wanted to put a wizard ring in there, but we weren't sure about the balance and all that. For whatever reason, they left it empty. So I think Dragon Warrior 2 or Dragon Quest 2 Famicom is the only one that you find empty chests in.
I forgot to use my seeds because Laura was dead when I left Moonbrook.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they just didn't want to make it too easy. Give you a free MP recovery.
Yep. So the Wizard's Ring do exist in the game for NES, but they're only a drop from specific monsters. I think only 3 monsters in the game can drop it, and the most common one is from a Bullwong, which we won't see until the very end of the game, and they're very dangerous to kill anyway. So it's not really worth it going for that drop. I think it's only a 1 in 16 or 1 in 32. chance.
Yeah, 1 in 32 from the Bullwong.
So it's definitely not worth going. I mean, it's nice to have if you get it. You get that MP regen. But yeah, it's not something you plan for. And
I think it's
the
something
other
you can win from the lottery too.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You can win from the lottery. Lottery is a little weird. I've messed with it in the past in that it's the way it takes inputs and the way it actually selects what you get. It's a little weird. So I don't know. Maybe there's a way to there's probably a way to manipulate it in some way, but I don't know that too many people have looked at it. Yep, so for the Super Famicom and Game Boy Color versions, like I said, there's prayer rings that they get, but there are only 4 in the game. And they are actually going to pick up all 4 because they want them for the very end game. They're going to need that MP regen to beat. To, number 1, stay in the last castle as long as possible, killing enemies so they can level up quickly. And number 2, for the final bosses, so they don't have to go back to the shrine to regen their MP. Yep. So Xytoriak is making his way through the tower. He's now reaching the top here. He's going to pick up his ring here shortly. And it is still called a wizard ring in the Game Boy Color version.
Yeah, in the official Western releases, they removed a lot of religious terminology and symbolism, so they changed it from prayer to wizard.
Yeah, I forget which game.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I forget which game that they did, but they did go back to prayer ring eventually. Is it an 8, maybe? I don't remember. I think that's right.
I think so, yeah. Not sure what it is in, I think is it Wizard in 7? Callie would know.
One interesting thing about the Game Boy Color version is that they rename Maidenhall to Laurasia, but they don't rename Cannock to Samarutoria.
Yeah, they made some interesting choices, and they renamed some of the enemies, but not others as well. It's kind of like a halfway change stuff,
Yeah.
but not too extreme. They kept a lot of the naming. Yeah, Purple Mario confirms he made a prayer ring. Alright, so it looks like Xytoriak is back at town here. He's also going to make his way now to where Air is on his way to, which is the Dragon Horn Towers. So there's 2 towers on either side of a river. And there's no way to get over that river unless you get the Wind Mantle, or Cloak of Wind, as it's called in NES. And that will allow you, when you jump off the top of a tower, it will allow you to fly 2 spaces, 2 extra spaces in the direction that you are facing. So that'll allow us to fly over the river to the other side. So the walk here is actually quite dangerous. You get a step up in the enemies here, and you got this metal slime. Oh, and it's also the first time metal slimes can show up.
I had to try for the crowd.
I got ambushed by a metal slime and it cast fireball on me, and then I ran away.
So taking that fight was absolutely the wrong call because I just used up most of my MP, but I did pick up a couple extra herbs just in case that scenario arose because I knew I would try if I saw it.
Yeah, so that's a good point, though. MP management is very, very important in this game as well, because you actually you have a prayer ring that you could technically use to regenerate MP if you had to, but you really don't want to touch them and risk them breaking, because you definitely need like 1 or 2 for the final bosses of the game. So you really don't want to touch them if you don't have to, unless it's like an emergency type situation. So you want to plan out, your healing and how much spell casts you have with each character. Buy some extra herbs if you need them to get through this section, because like I said, it's really dangerous. You got these rats that they aren't too bad usually, but they can hit really hard. You got the Gorgons, or the not the Gorgons, the Medusa heads.
Uh-oh. I'm sleep locked.
Uh-oh, yep. Down here, Xytoriak is all asleep. Did you get ambushed?
No, it was a run attempt.
Okay. Yeah, this is a pretty nasty combination here with those sleep ants, 3 of them. Well, it looks like you woke up at least. Okay.
Yeah, so because of that decision, I'm kind of stuck in a spot where I have to run from things and hope for the best. And unfortunately, Dragon Quest II very rarely gives you the best.
Yeah, like I said, nope, yeah, error. Unfortunately, wiped in the tower. So it's not all a big loss. He did get some experience and some gold that, unfortunately, he's going to have to use the gold to revive here. But the goal of the very end of the game is to get to a specific level. So as long as you're getting experience along the way, it's not a total loss.
The bright side is, since I did get some levels, I now have a bigger MP pool for the walk to the next town as well.
Yep. And Xytoriak here is fighting those what were they called in the QBC version? The flowers?
Man-eaters?
Man-eaters, yeah. Those guys are pretty dangerous too because they have a sleep breath. So can also sleep block you and to kill you that way. And it looks like Anatoleu has got his cloak and is now going to get ready to head over to the towers as well.
Yep, it took a lot of actually really good fights too, so I shouldn't need to grind a whole bunch of gold later on
you got
to
a lot of
afford my
gold.
dealer's key.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah, so depending on what gold levels they have at certain points in the run, they'll be able to buy better weapons. Usually it's weapons, sometimes armor for the characters, so make the fights a little safer as they go along. Eventually, especially on the NES version, we're going to reach a point where gold doesn't matter anymore because we can basically get infinite gold. On the other 2 versions, you can't get infinite gold, but you're going to get an item that sells for a lot that helps kind of jumpstart you through the mid game.
To answer the question in chat, it's not so much about the Japanese version being faster on SFC, it's that there is no official English release for the SFC version. So there are fan translations, of course, but we like playing the originals.
Yeah, the fan translation there's actually a couple of fan translations for Dragon Quest II on Super Famicom, but unfortunately each of them has like some weird issues. Like the original one that's been around for a long time has a known bug where if you later on in the game, if you go sleep at the inn in Baran, Prince Sama will become sick, and you actually have to go get a leaf the world tree to cure him, and he joins your party again after that. But there's a bug in that version that basically, I think it soft locks the game if that happens, if he leaves your party, or it at least really screws things up. And then there's another translation that's more recent that I believe I think it's okay for Dragon Quest 2, but I've seen reports of like people have like, I saw one video of somebody who like transported from one game to the other from Dragon
I saw that.
Quest,
that was really cool.
Quest 2 to Dragon Quest 1 or something, and then had like items from Dragon Quest 1 and Dragon Quest 2. It was really weird. So they're not completely bug free, unfortunately. So if you ever do try them, make sure you make some backup saves. Yeah, like Hector said there's like a weird glitch where it can overflow your name slots when Sama rejoins your party. So it like overflows character names, and it's like it can screw stuff up. So yeah, gotta be careful about that stuff. All right, so it looks like Error's made it back to the tower, so he's got to climb it again. Anatoleu is making his way over there right now. And it looks like Xytoriak is in the tower as well. So one thing to mention here is drops. So this is the first game in the Dragon Quest series to have drops. So each enemy can drop an item at a specific rate. The best rate is 1 out of 8. The worst, I think, is 1 out of 256. So it all depends on the enemy, and only one enemy can drop an item, and it's always the last enemy you kill. So especially in the Super Famicom and Game Boy Color versions, there'll be places like with multiple enemies that this one enemy is a little bit more dangerous, but if you kill them last, you get a better chance at getting a drop, which generally you're going to sell the drops that you get from them, but it gives you a huge boost of gold and gives you a leg up through the middle game.
And of course, right as you're talking about item drops, they get back-to-back herbs. there is a little bit of a well, actually, to the last enemy killed point. It's actually the last enemy to leave the fight. So like if you have a metal slime and another enemy, and you kill the other enemy and then the metal slime runs away, you actually have a chance to get the metal slime's iron helmet drop.
Yep, I forgot about that. That's interesting, for sure. And it can happen with babbles as well.
Yeah.
Metal babbles.
Ooh, that's not a good ambush. That's a very not good ambush.
Oh man, that is a nasty one. Everybody asleep? Okay. Oh, Moon?
Yeah, shout out to the dragon potion. Dragon potion is what the Metal Babble drops in NES version, which allows you to save anywhere.
Yep.
But it doesn't allow you to reload anywhere, unfortunately, which is the big drawback.
Yeah, it sells for, we found out, 7,500 gold. So it's actually pretty valuable for selling.
Yeah, really nice for gold. That saved me in that run where I made a lot of silly mistakes. Got myself in a weird corner because I threw my good armor away.
And Air's still making his way through this battle. Somehow survived it. With only Sama dead.
I think I'm gonna do a little. It's gonna burn a little time, but
Yep, so it looks like Xytoriak made it all the way to the next town, which is Leonport. So in Leonport is actually where we're gonna get ship, but we first have to rescue this girl from some gremlins.
all right, this is all right.
So it looks like Xytoriak's gonna get an extra level here.
I just didn't have enough money
gold,
for
right?
I didn't have enough money for the cloak of evasion.
Yeah, so the Cloak of Evasion is actually a really good item. This is the first game that it was in. And that it gives you a 1 out of 8 chance to dodge. Flat dodge rate on top of your normal dodge rate. So Princess Moonbrook is going to be wearing that for most of the mid game here. It's going to be extremely good for her. Not only that, it gives you a large chunk of defense as well. So she's going to be pretty well protected in the back row once we get that for her. That's why Xytoriak wants to get that, just to, marathon strats, a little bit extra safety. No reason not to get it.
Getting walled by the dragon horns.
Oh man. Oof. And you're right at the top there too. That sucks.
It's 2 steps away from jumping out.
Yeah, so unfortunately, you're died again. So it's kind of demonstrating how dangerous this walk can be in all 3 versions as well. So sometimes you die. There's not much you can do about it. Get ambushed, character dies, and then you just kind of have to run away from then on and get lucky. So it happens. There'll be plenty of time to make up all this later. So there's a lot can happen in Dragon Quest 2.
Oh, this is the closest I've gotten to a sub-hour boat, but it won't quite be there.
Yeah, that's a really nice early Game Boy Color.
Yeah. So we saved this girl here, and it turns out that it was the daughter of this very old man who has the fastest ship in all the land. But Xytoriak is first going to go over here in the corner here. So there's a strength seed that they hid in the corner of this town. So all the strength seeds are going to go to Laurasia, the main hero. He's kind of the the soldier class of the game. So give him as much strength as he can. And then he's going to go pick up the ship here. So the ship of this game opens up a huge amount. When you first play this game, it's pretty easy to get lost at sea. There's a lot of sea out there. You don't know where you're going, especially in the Game Boy Color version, right? Since you get you get to see less on the screen at once.
Yeah, you do a lot of what the notes call watching the ship tick, which is like bob up and down in the animation. You do a lot of counting of that to know where you are from land.
Yeah, you do actually a bit of that in the other 2 versions as well, but you definitely have to do it in Game Boy Color. It's just like you basically can't see anything. Flying blind, or sailing blind, as it were.
It's a lot easier to be like, oh, I misjudged this by 2 or 3 tiles in the other versions, or this one, those 2 or 3 tiles might be the difference of seeing that 1 tile of land.
Yep. All right, so it looks like Anatoleu made it to Leanport as well. Yeah, had to revive a character here, but making it is the big accomplishment. The fight itself here is pretty easy with the gremlins. So
yeah, it was the gremlin that got Lars.
Oh, was it? Okay, you actually fought it already. Gotcha.
Yep. They put us all to sleep and then focused on Lars.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty rare. Somebody dies there. So one other thing we didn't really talk about, but they're going to be picking up is the Dews Yarn, which is in the North Tower here for the Dragon Horns. You can pick it up on the way to town if you have enough resources left over, or you can pick it up after you get the ship. Either way is fine. But that Dews Yarn is going to be important to make the water flying clothes later on. Yep, so the sea battles here they can be pretty dangerous, especially at these levels that we're at right now, and especially where Anatoleu is right now, just before you entered the town of Zahan here. There's some very dangerous encounter zones around there where you can find vampiri that attack twice per turn and basically wipe your party out in 2 turns. But also the sea battles are actually worth quite a bit of golden experience as well, especially where we're at right now. So it's the ones you can fight, you definitely want to fight. And especially so on the remakes versions here that you see Xytoriak killing these sea slugs. These guys are actually, they rebalance the enemies, like I said earlier. The sea slugs are susceptible to sleep, where they are not on the original NES version. So you'll see them be put to sleep and then knock them down one by one. Vampira Goose? Is that it?
Yeah, it's the official plural of everything Dragon Quest is goose.
Gotta be Vampira Goose, yeah.
Okay.
The funny thing about the NES Dragon Quest II is that it does pluralize the enemies in combat when they show up in a group. So you get to hear what they thought the plural of like most monsters is, which is funny. So it'll say like Vampiri, even though it's Vampirus. Yeah.
Where you see like later on you'll see Colossuses.
Yeah, Colossuses.
Hibabongo.
Yeah, Hibabongo is its own plural. We learned that.
Yep. All right, so now once they got the ship, obviously I mentioned that the whole world opens up. So they're going to go on a key collecting quest. So the goal here is get both the gold key, the jailer's key, the Watergate key, and the silver key if you haven't already gotten it. Along the way, we're also going to pick up some easy to get items, like the token that you're going to need to trade for the helmet, Erdrick's helmet later on. And Anatoleu here is actually using a strat that is kind of exclusive to the NES version. And he's actually farming this chest here for gold and a wing that I believe are you selling the wings or are you keeping the wings?
I'm going to keep them this time because I have enough gold. But yeah, I already rated it twice.
Okay, so if you exit and enter a screen, the game does not keep track of the chests that you've already looted. The way it keeps track of chests that you're looted, so like one of those chests that in the treasury there had Erdrick's token in it, the way it knows that it won't give you another one is that you have it in your inventory already. But it can't do that for like gold chests and like Wings of Wyvern, right? Because you can have multiples or herbs and that stuff. So basically, when you enter and exit the screen, you can re-loot the chests and get money infinitely that way. Obviously, it's kind of slow because you're getting like what 80 or 90 gold per.
It's like 50 to 110.
Okay, it's a big range, and it's not a huge amount. And there's going to be better ways to get gold here very soon. But the other goal of this section that I said was to get the jailer's key, and that costs 2,000 gold. So they're going to need to get up to that number so they can buy it. So it can be pretty confusing going through all these warp gates and where they're sailing if you don't have like the world map in front of you or you haven't played this game recently. But just know that they're kind of exploring it all, going to each town that they need to pick up things at, get the helmet, get the token, get the shield, best equipment, and the keys. So the reason they're going to get all these keys so early is number one, you have to get them anyway. But number two is to actually kill the evil clown, or that's what it is in the NES version. But on the remakes, they actually upgraded the evil clown to the more difficult enemy. What was it called then? It's like
Devil Priest.
It's called Devil Priest.
Yep.
In the NES version, it's the equivalent to the Mace Master, which you only see in the very last dungeon of the game, the last castle. So it's actually quite a bit more difficult on the remakes, but you can still beat them at a low level. So the real reason to beat him is that he drops a very good item called the Staff of Thunder that sells for a lot of money. And we're going to actually abuse that on the NES version here coming up soon, in that we're going to kill him, get the drop, sell the staff, reload the game, which actually reloads the enemy because they don't actually save that enemy was dead in your save file. So it reloads the enemy when you reload the game, and you can kill it again for another staff drop, because the only reason it wouldn't drop a Staff of Thunder is that you already had it in your inventory. So if you don't have it in your inventory, because you sold it, you get another one. So you can do that infinitely to get as much gold as you want. Unfortunately, on the NES version, it only uses a 16-bit number to store the max gold. So you only get 65,535 gold max. On the remakes, though, they will not be able to farm the Devil Priest infinitely like we do on NES. So they're going to kill it once, get the staff, use it for a little bit, and actually eventually sell the staff for a light sword for Sama.
Yeah, with how terrifying that fight is on this version, I wouldn't want to fight him multiple times.
Yeah. It's much difficult, and you need some good turnover to start with to win it.
We actually kind of joked about it. We're like, Anatoleu's going to fight him 5 times and win him. We're going to fight him 5 times and only win once.
That's the idea.
Yep.
That's right. Still have my minimum roll seeds from yesterday.
Ooh, it continues. So the other thing they're going to pick up kind of along the way are some of the crests. They're called crests in the NES version. I believe they're called seals in the Japanese Super Famicom version. And is that right? Are they still seals in GBC?
I think so.
Okay. So we're going to actually need 5 of these seals to get the Rubus Charm. And the Rubus Charm will let us to dispel an illusion at the end of the game to actually get to the last dungeon, the last castle. So Anatoleu here is actually talking to that vendor that sells the jailer's key. It's actually a blank item selection in his menu when you go to buy, which confuses some people. But if you go through the menu there and you see there you can select something that's blank, you're like, what is this? And sure enough, it's the key that you need. And I hope High Spirits set up Anatoleu's stream for the music, because he's probably playing the intro song.
His key
Oh,
song.
I sure am.
Oh yeah. So there's an NPC in this town, Wilgarth, that if you talk to, she'll sing the Only Lonely Boy song that you get when you are on the menu screen when you turn on the game. It's a really good song. It's also a pop song that you can look up on YouTube. There's lyrics. Oh, she almost blocked you on the way out.
Almost.
Talk to the dog.
Yeah, I wanted the song to finish, so took a
Oh, there
detour
you
to say hi to the dog.
Yep, so one other thing they'll pick up here is, they've probably already all have picked it up, is the Leaf of the World Tree, which is another item that's kind of continued. This is the first game to have it. Obviously, since there's multiple party members, you need a way to revive them. And since you don't learn the revive skill till very later in the game, you need some way, which is this Leaf of the World Tree. So thankfully, well, unfortunately, you only can hold one at a time. But thankfully, once you use it, it will respawn at the same location. So you can pick them up as many times as you need, but obviously you have to travel all the way back, and that's slow. Looks like Xytoriak picked up the Watergate key, or in the GBC it's called the Dam key.
I don't like my
Darn
resources here.
Yeah. Dragon Quest 2 is kind of one of those, like, you never feel quite comfortable as you're playing it. You're like, either am I missing something, or am I too low level? What should I do in this battle? And especially in the remake, it's quite easy to make a mistake in battle and lose a character and die. And the only real way to learn is just kind of by doing and kind of reflect on, okay, what did I do wrong there, and try something different next time.
It's also easy to do nothing wrong and die.
Yeah, that's totally possible as well. So figuring out the differences is also difficult sometimes. It's like, did I do something wrong, or was there nothing I could do? And as Dragon Quest games go, it's they're really good at showing you these really like weird cases, outside chance things that happen. You're like, do I have to plan for this really bad thing that just happened, or is it just like some really rare thing that is never going to happen to me again? But it kind of sticks in your mind over time.
And it'll make you question yourself every single time.
Yep. All right, it looks like it's actually, is it clown time?
It's, time to go pick some fights with some clowns.
I've got a couple more detours left yet, but getting close.
Yep, so Anatoleu here is going to do his clown fighting. He's actually going to kill 4 of them here to start with. So what he did was he saved the game at the king. He's going to go kill him, get the staff drop, sell it, save the game again, and then reload the game and do it again. Repeat 4 times. It is possible to die this guy. He's actually still pretty dangerous. He has a Firebane spell, which 2 Firebanes in a row will usually kill both Cannock and Moonbrook. And in that case, that's why we saved. You just reload the save and try again. Thankfully, Firebane isn't like a huge high chance from the cast, but usually can win this fight pretty easily. He didn't even take any damage there, so.
Yep. The best thing that can happen is he just goes to sleep and he stays asleep.
Yep. Yep. So Anatoleu actually equipped the staff there before he sold it, and that's actually another kind of oversight glitch for the NES version that we'll kind of get into more in the end game. In that, if you equip an item and then either move it to another character or you sell it, as long as you never enter the equip menu again, or that character does not level up, it actually doesn't recalculate that character's attack power. So what he did is he just equipped the Staff of Thunder on the hero there, and it gave him, an extra 15 attack power, and then he sold it, and that the hero is going to keep that extra 15 attack power until he levels up again, or until Anatoleu equips something else on any character. So it kind of like the game doesn't constantly check, okay, what's his attack power? Add the weapon that's equipped to his strength, and that's his attack power. It only does it when it needs to, which is when it levels up and when you equip things, and we can abuse that. So Xytoriak here is making his way to the silver key. He's going to pick that up because he did not get that early like Anatoleu did. I believe Error is also going to pick that up here fairly soon.
One nice thing about picking it up this late is like the fact that all the encounters are guaranteed runs.
Yep, like Error mentioned earlier, you get that guaranteed run chance because you're high enough level here. Unfortunately, that doesn't also salve if you get ambushed.
Right. I'm gonna do something shortly here that Error calls cheating.
Yeah, so this is an interesting thing I found in the Game Boy Color version. You're talking about the save thing?
The field save, yep.
Yeah. So when I was going through this, I was like, how does this field save thing work? So Game Boy Color version has this field save that's kind of meant to be like a portable thing, right? Oh, I got to stop the game really quickly, do the field save, turn off your Game Boy, and go do something, right? And come back later. But the way the field save works is actually kind of interesting in that it'll transport you back to your last entered location. So if you just entered a staircase and you went through a dungeon floor like he just did right here and picked up the silver key. So he did a field save. Save the game.
Mismenued a couple times.
Yeah. Save the game. Okay. It automatically goes back to the main menu. You open it back up and you reload the game and it'll say there's a field save. Do you want to load it? Yes. And it puts you back at the last stairs you entered, which is exactly where you want to go, back through that floor. So just a quick time save. In the end, it maybe saved you a couple encounters on that floor of time. So not a huge save, but a little thing specific to the Game Boy Color version.
The chance we might see it one more time in the Cave de Ron if I decide to get the evil shield.
Yep, that's another spot where it's pretty helpful, especially in that cave, because encounters in that cave are very dangerous on that floor. So looks like Anatoleu's on his third clown.
Yep, number 3.
Air is lost at sea still.
Just got my my jailer's key and on my way to go get the silver one. Well, the helmet and then the shield and then the silver key.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's another. It's a cool thing about this game, but the original Dragon Warrior 1 or Dragon Quest 1 game is actually inside this one, the whole map. We actually never have to go to it in the speedrun because there's nothing there. There's nothing, no key items there, and there's no reason to go there just because it doesn't have any weapons or anything that is worth it. So you actually never get to see it in the speedrun, unfortunately. But we actually technically go there when we get the helmet from the old man in the shrine, but we actually don't. We take the back path through the warp instead of walking on land there. So you never really get to hear the music.
I think this is the Dr. Holmes encounter.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned Holmes too, because he actually takes a different route to get that helmet, and he does sail onto the land, and you get about 3 seconds of the music.
Oh yeah, yep. Some people do that; they get it later, a little bit later, like right before the lighthouse, which is an option as well. But
Yep.
Yep.
That was the 420 gold encounter for Dr. Holmes. Shout out.
Uh-oh. Oh, okay, we're good.
Right. So looks like Anatoleu's on his last clown here before he leaves, and then their guys are just getting close to killing their clown equivalent fight, which will be quite a bit more dangerous. This mid-game section is kind of my favorite of the game, for sure, because you're going around all the towns, you're picking up all the items, you're getting all the best equipment. You're kind of getting a leg up on the competition, on the enemies for a bit until you hit the end game.
Oof, really bad first turn.
Go away, ghosts.
Yep. Xytoriak here is now picking up the loom. You have to go through these barrier tiles and heal each character as you go through because we don't have step guard yet. It's way too low level for that. He's also, one thing you don't do on NES is go to this chest on the right side. So in the Super Famicom and Game Boy Color version, this chest on the right is not empty like it is on NES. It's actually has a wizard's ring or prayer ring. So one of the 4 that they're going to be picking up.
Yeah, must be nice.
It is. Must be nice having a Sword of Destruction glitch.
It will be. Just give me about 2 more hours.
All right.
Yeah, so as they're alluding to, there's a glitch for the NES version that some of you might have seen before that basically allows it to be beaten so quickly. Otherwise, this wouldn't be much of a cross-platform race. But we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, it's kind of funny with the RNG dependence of the NES version. He could finish way ahead or way behind, or perfectly in time with us. But on average, these 3 versions, with equivalent skill levels, will end at about the same time.
Alright, time to take on a Devil Priest.
Good luck, Xytoriak.
Thanks, I'm gonna need it.
Godspeed, Spider-Man.
Yeah, so Xytoriak here is now going to fight that same Devil Priest. It's going to be much stronger. So the reason why they pick up these seeds, and they're actually giving all the HP seeds to Prince Sama, or Kanok, just so he can survive the first, or he can possibly survive the first Exploded cast from this Devil Priest. So you see he has actually 63 HP, which is actually more than Laurasia, which is pretty odd to see. We'll see how this goes here.
Oh.
Okay, he did not land Stop Spell. He needs to land Stop Spell on him to get him to stop casting. Well, the goal is for Explode It. I got Surround, which is good, but not Stop Spell. Stop Spell has to land to stop him from casting Explode It. Okay, he's got both of them, so he's in decent shape here. It's not completely over. He can still hit with physicals, but the Surround definitely helps. So he'll miss a fair number of times. Looks like he lost Moon there. He does have a Leaf he can use on her if he needs to. But she's not completely necessary to win the fight here. I believe he got a
Nice
couple
Tyson.
Looks like we're going to get a critical here. Yep. Nice. Okay. So he also has a lot of HP. Was it like 130?
144 to 180.
Okay, that's a lot. Yeah. So, nice fight. That went well with that Kaishin. Definitely helps.
Yeah.
I'm sure mine will go that well. My
He did not
average
cast-
is 5
he had,
or
like,
6
what,
attempts.
3 or 4 turns where he did not cast Explode It when Stop Spell was not landed yet. So,
Incredible.
he got pretty lucky there.
That is, I think he's got like a 50% chance to cast it. So
Yeah.
Hmm.
Alright, so it looks like Anatoleu is fighting the Saber Lion, which the King of Osterfair asks you to challenge, and he will give you... I don't know, does he say he'll give you the item to start with, or he just gives it to you afterwards?
I don't think he does tell you.
No, I don't think he does either. He's like, would you like to challenge this guy? Like, okay, I guess. Here's this Saber Lion. Nicely done there. So the main way to kill him at this point was actually with magic, because we don't have enough high physical attack to actually do significant damage. And picked up the second of the crests, the moon crest.
More moons.
More moons. Yep. So, did you pick up the Gaia armor, or?
Yes,
Yep.
I did.
Okay. It looks like everybody's probably going to pick up the Gaia armor for the hero. Well, the remix for sure. Get the Gaia armor for him. But there's a lot of increased defense for the hero, Florasia, Middenhall.
Yeah, it works out really nicely on the NES version if you do it the way I did it here. Because you'll see when I go shopping here that I'll be able to just perfectly afford the light sword and 2 shields of strength.
Okay, yeah, that gets you the shields early. Yep, the second one.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, so another option there would be to buy magic armor for the hero instead, which it's not as much defense, but it does give him a little bit of magic spell protection. But he does have a lot of HP as well, so it's kind of a personal choice which one you want to go for. So looks like Error's now picked up the loom. He's going to go get the wizard's ring here. The downside about the Super Famicom version here in these barrier tiles is that you actually get damaged every half step by 7. You lose 7 HP per half step. So you lose HP about at double the rate of the other games. So you have to be extremely careful on how many half steps you take, and it's really easy to accidentally press too many steps and kill somebody in here. You have to be quite careful.
Yeah, and your MP is very tight for this segment as well, so you have to be very efficient with your MP, otherwise you're gonna run out before the end.
Alright, so Xytoriak now is fighting that same Saberline. He actually has a bit more attack power here, because for instance, Laura here, Florasia, is he's got a broadsword, so he can do a lot more damage.
Yep, they're called seals in this game. Just confirmed.
Yep. The Moon Seal.
Alright, get your Devil Priest counters ready. I've never first tried this guy. He loves Exploded on turn 1.
Good luck, Air.
Alright, here we go with Air. Hopefully this goes just as well. We'll see. Many tidings.
I'm going to use the restroom quick.
Oh,
So-
there's your Exploded.
For a quick reference on how my Devil Priest fights usually go, I lost 10 minutes to the Dragon Horns against my PB, and if I had first tried the Devil Priest, I would have come out ahead of PB.
Wow. Yeah, you typically plan for 1 or 2 deaths here.
I plan for 8.
No. Yeah. You gotta set those expectations.
Yep. Like, once we hit double digits, then I start getting discouraged.
I'm glad that me singing that song is what you hear, Tactical, when you hear the song. It's great. I do like to sing the Only Lonely Boy song while I'm doing my shopping in Welgarth there.
Yeah, sadly, they did not keep that for the remix, so if you talk to that same NPC, she does not sing.
There's 2. Burn 1, explode it.
Yeah, he's not surviving it either.
Yeah, so I go for a slightly more aggressive surround on turn 1. Princess could potentially survive exploded if she's defending, but it's most likely going to be a death anyway in that scenario because it's tough to catch up on the healing. So if he casts exploded on turn 1, she's going to die, and Sama's probably going to die. So once I see exploded, I just hit that reset button. It's already over at that point. And with 4 actions that he can take, it's not particularly likely that he's going to explode it right away, but he likes to.
Yep, and anatoleu here is now fighting his 5th clown.
Yes, cross-dimensional high five.
Yep, in the same room here.
I completely forgot to open a world map before the race started.
Oh no. Rookie mistake there, Xytoriak.
Right? I'm gonna lose so much time to that now.
Yes, I believe there is a world map you can pick up in the remix, right? I don't know where that is.
I feel like that's correct.
Like there's an in-game world map somewhere. I actually don't know.
Pretty sure there is.
Alright, 4th try is the charm. Hey, an increase. Not ideal, but I'll take it. There's the stop spell.
Got surround, but no stop spell. Okay, got stop spell. Oh, it's motorcycle season out here.
Nice. Oh my goodness. I think he has my leaf. Nope. Sama had the leaf. Perfect.
Now that's some planning.
Or accidentally having an extra herb. One of the 2.
Yeah, so once the Devil Priest casts an increase, and you do quite a bit less damage, so your best method tends to be trying to land some spells, which don't have a 100% chance of hitting either, so... It's looking good here.
Easy. And believe it or not, that's 5 minutes faster than my PB on this split.
Very nice. What try was that for?
4th try, yeah. One of my better ones.
Yep, you fought fewer evil clowns than me today. That's not always how it goes with the 2 of us.
Very rarely is how it goes.
Nice copper sword drop for Xytoriak. So those sea slugs like to drop copper swords. You end up having to throw them away. Happens a lot. And so now, Air's picking up the armored Gaia there in the back of the shop. And both Anatoleu and Xytoriak are now moving on. Didn't see where Xytoriak was headed. All I saw was ocean.
I'm heading to Wellgarth to sell the staff and get some better weapons.
Yep, so Anatoleu already went there, but Wellgarth is the place to upgrade your equipment. So it's going to get a light sword here by selling the Staff of Thunder that dropped. Going to give that actually to Cannock. So that's another interesting difference about the remakes, is that the best weapon Cannock can equip in the NES version is technically an iron spear, attack power wise. He can't equip the Staff of Thunder, but it's a little less attack power. But on the remakes, his best weapon is actually the light sword. He can equip the light sword. He can equip. Can you equip a broadsword? I'm not sure. I know he can equip Erdrick's sword.
I don't think he can, no. We gave him the Kusarigama for a while.
Yeah, we give him the sickle.
Okay, yep. I think he can use that in the original. But yeah, so in an attempt at making him a little better, they gave him some better equipment options in the remix, which is nice. At this stage of the game, he actually does either more or equal to damage-wise compared to Laurasia with the light sword. So once you get the equipment we need, gonna make a couple last stops here, and then everybody's gonna be making their way towards Baran. So Baran's gonna be the main hub for the rest of the mid game here until we get to the end game. It's kind of a nice little central world location. Easy to get to all the places we need to from here, and then also it's going to have the portal that leads to the end game as well. So it's a convenient spot. The only downside in the remakes is that if you use the inn with all three party members alive here, it will trigger an extra story sequence that they added to those versions of the game where Prince of Cannock gets sick. We talked a bit about this earlier, in that in the translation patch it would break the game. So they're actually going to either, one, avoid using the inn here, or two, they're actually going to be purposely killing a character off before using the inn so it doesn't trigger that story sequence. If they trigger it, it's not a huge deal. They just have to spend an extra leaf and get another one to get Prince of Cannock back. But it's a bit of a time loss.
Yeah, he's struck down by somebody's curse. Can't remember who.
Yeah.
That's some guy, you said he started with the B?
I think so.
Maybe it was
Barnum.
X.
You mean Lingwar Bee?
Maybe. It might have been Lingwar.
Yeah, that sounds right.
The curse of Lingwar is strong.
So
Yeah,
this is
Prince
a
of
very
Cannock-
scary walk here.
Yeah. So Xytoriak is now making his way over to the village of Toon, where we're going to get the water flying cloth made, and we're actually also going to open the water gate so we can access the moon tower. It's a very dangerous trip here. We got some enemies that can either wipe us if we don't run away, or wipe us if we make one bad decision. And even if you make a good decision, they can wipe us. So you need a little bit of luck to get through here, and you have to kind of know what you're doing with the enemy formations. And every time you end up seeing a new enemy formation that you're not quite sure what to do with it, but kind of just have to hope for the best.
Casually hitting through surround. Go me.
Yeah, Prison Connect has this reputation of dying a lot, and it's partly because he doesn't have the best equipment options, especially from the original Famicom game. He can wear the water flying clothes, but technically you're only supposed to have one of them. We're going to have two of them in the NES version here because of a kind of an oversight in the way the items work. But really his best equipment aside from that is the magic armor, which gives him 0 breath protection and only gives him 25% spell reduction. And the armor value on it isn't that great either. So it's kind of how he got his reputation of dying all the time. You'll definitely still see him die in the speedrun. And a lot of times, especially on the remakes, you'll see him actually not take an action and parry quite a bit just to protect him, so he can take a couple hits. And his other option, he doesn't have many other good options in some of the enemy formations. Otherwise, he can easily die.
Sometimes you'll even see him alive.
Yeah. Yep, so Anatoleu is also making the trip over the tune here. They're actually in the exact same spot here. Look at that. Him and
Nice.
Xytoriak.
High five, Xytoriak.
Nice. High five.
I killed a metal slime. I got 135 experience.
Wow.
Nice.
So that's another good thing to point out is that they in the remakes they did give metal slimes and metal babbles the good amount of XP. So you get 1,300 for a metal slime and 10,000 for a metal babble in both Super Famicom and Game Boy Color versions of this game. Unfortunately, in Dragon Warrior 2 NES, only worth 135 and about 1,000 XP to kill them. So they're pretty worthless in that version. They're actually the best thing that can come out of them is getting the drop from them. Like if you kill a metal slime early, you can get an iron helmet drop to sell, which is a lot of money.
Oh, come on. This encounter rate is ridiculous.
And Xytoriak is still trying to make his way through these hunters. 4 of them. Thankfully, these hunters here are vulnerable to sleep, so you can put them to sleep. But that also relies on Moonbrook going first and not dying before then. So, thankfully, you made it.
Took advantage of the mechanic that if everybody's asleep, all the enemies are asleep, you can automatically run away.
Yep. So that's not the case on the NES version, but the remakes you can run away as long as all the enemies are asleep. It's nice. So what they're doing here is they're dropping off the loom and the yarn with Don Mahoney, and he's going to make them some water flying clothes. It says, please come back in a day or so, which confused many people back in the day.
Yeah, we'll see you guys
How long is a
tomorrow.
day? Yeah, just come back tomorrow. We're going to be finishing this once he's done making the clothes for everybody.
Can't finish until we get our good armor, so see you tomorrow.
It's actually something they kept in the remix too. It says kind of come back in a day or so, or come back later. And what they actually mean for you to do is save the game and, play again tomorrow kind of deal, right? But obviously we can just save the game, reset, and come back. And then he'll be done. The only other catch to that, and I'm not sure if it's true in the remix or not, but on the NES version, there's an additional catch in that he won't give you the water flying clothes unless you do the save game and reset and have room in Moonbrook's inventory for it. He'll still say, please come back in a day or so if she is full in inventory. So that unfortunate thing also catches people out because you tend to collect a lot of things in this game, right? You don't know if you need them later or not, so you tend to have full inventories and run into that. So you see both Error and Xytoriak killed off a party member here like I was talking earlier, so they can use the inn here. Thankfully in this remake also, whenever you revive a character, so they're going to go to the priest to revive the character. Reviving the character also gives them full MP and HP, so that is not the case on NES. All you get is 1 HP and whatever MP they had when they died.
And I can't revive in battle, unlike the remakes.
Oh yeah.
Well, you can. It's just a bad idea.
No, I can't.
No, you can't.
I thought I revived you with 1. Or am I thinking of a different game?
Nope.
With the leaf? Yeah. Okay.
Leaf does not work in battle. And I believe Revive doesn't either.
Which game is it that revives with 1 HP with the leaf?
You'll revive outside of battle with 1 HP, but
Oh, okay.
yeah, inside battle.
So I'm thinking of the right game, just not taking into account restrictions. Not that you would want to come back with 1 HP in battle anyway.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? It's hard to think of the opportunity where it would even be helpful.
Yeah, so many enemies have like AoE damage, right? So it's like just gonna die immediately anyway.
Yeah. Just turn order, you stand up and sit back down.
Alright, so actually Xytoriak and Error both picking up the agility seed in the same spot at the exact same time here.
High five.
Alright, we've got all our high fives. Now we just need you and Anatoleu.
We just did.
We did, yeah.
Oh, you did?
North of
Yeah.
Tepa. Yep.
Nice. We've done it. High 5% is complete.
Yep, who's in the lead? So that is an interesting question.
Yes.
Yes. Everybody's in the lead. Who is on second? Yeah, so it's difficult to tell in this mid-game section because you kind of all do different things on the different versions, picking up different items, but they're actually really close. Both Xytoriak and Anatoleu have opened the water gate already and been to Toon already once. Error is just now making his first trip there. Anatoleu, though, is actually picking up another Du's Yarn, which here he's on this floor searching on these stairs. The way this works to find the Du's Yarn on this floor, it's actually just this flat 25% chance searching anywhere in this floor. It's not in a specific spot like it is in the remakes. But Anatoleu can actually make a second water flying cloth. So he's actually picking up both the yarn and the loom again before he picks up the first water flying clothes, so he can turn in the loom and the yarn when he picks up the first set, and it'll allow him to make a second one. So the way that works is the game actually checks if it doesn't let you pick up the loom or the yarn if you have one. So say you're trying to pick up the yarn, right? If you have it in your inventory already, it's like, oh, you already have it, you can't pick it up, so it's not going to let you search and find it. 2, it won't let you pick it up if you have the water flying clothes already, which he does not have because he hasn't picked up the first set. So the game will let you pick up the yarn and loom a second time as long as you don't pick up that first set, and then you can drop it off again and get a second water flying clothes, which is extremely good for Lars, for his Lars, right, Canuck, to survive the end game. But as far as, so that's kind of a good example of like differences, right? So he's doing extra stuff that he has to do for the end game, but the other two don't have to do because they cannot pick up a second water flying close. So before this, I would say kind of Anatoleu was in the lead, but now maybe not so much because he has to do all this extra stuff before he gets to the moon tower. So now probably Xytoriak is probably in the lead right now, but it's all pretty minor until you get to the end game. The end game in this game is like really difficult. The grind depends on levels. If any of the remake guys gets a metal babble, that's going to save them like 10 to 15 minutes in grind time. So
All comes down to the white ground loops.
Yeah, there's white ground loops. We'll get to plenty of that, I'm sure, later on. So
I'd like to point out that my lore just hit through surround 3 times in a row.
Yeah, I had a few really good strings of surround hits.
I believe surround is 50% on the remake.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, and on the NES, surround is actually only prevents 25%. Of basically, if you're surrounded, you're gonna miss 25% of the time. So. Yep, so Anatoleu is now picking up the second loom here. He's got to go through the barrier tiles again. And then he'll be headed back towards Toon once again. And Air is opening the water gate here. So this water gate's actually required. You got to open it to be able to get to the moon tower to get the moon fragment. Moon, moon, moon.
Moon, moon, moon.
Yeah, the final boss of this game for the NES version is definitely very RNG heavy. For the remakes, Super Famicom and Game Boy Color, they're actually much more manageable. You're kind of a little bit more control of the battle. You can still die if you get bad luck, but it's definitely more winnable.
Helps if I load the right game.
You blaming on turbo or the down input?
I just looked away and held down Turbo A for too long. So, neither, ironically.
Alright, so Anatoleu is now doing his save and reload, so the water flying clothes are now done. They're ready to pick up. They're all cooked. And then Xytoriak Xytoriak is now in the moon tower. He's gonna pick up these chests on the way. We got more seeds to pick up here. And then he's gonna make his way to the top, and then down to the bottom, and then back up to the top. The dungeons in this game they kind of had to make the most of what they had as far as like size wise and that fits on the cartridge and all that. So what they ended up doing was making a bunch of stairs that go up, and then they'd make you find stairs and that go all the way back down to the bottom that are in separate rooms. You get that a few times in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, gold orcs are really annoying in this game. They do quite a bit of damage, and they don't go to sleep at a high rate either. And they always seem to be in different groups.
And they have an awkward amount of HP that takes an extra hit compared to other enemies.
Yeah.
And the fact that they show up, like, there's 2 of them, but they're not in a group, so Infernos would only hit 1.
Yep, exactly.
Did I burn through all of them? Sure did. Okay. Have to be careful of Sama's MP so I can cast Return after this.
Yep, the vampires here are still pretty dangerous since they can attack twice. They can go to sleep in this in the remake version of this game, so definitely makes them easier to handle. Looks like Error dropped off his lumen yarn to make the clothes, and Anatoleu's now picking up his first set and dropping off the second set at the same time. Please come back in a day or so.
I like how he just says, "Ah, you found my loom." I'm just like, yeah, I don't know what happened to your last one, but here you go.
He had to sacrifice it to make the clothes.
Of course.
Alright, so it looks like Error's not that far behind Xytoriak now. He's entering the tower.
So Air might just get ahead of me from
Encounters.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so like as I mentioned before, all these dungeons have stairs here that you go in and out of. You'll see Error go in and out of them, and then go back out. So like here, he's gonna hit these stairs. Well, he might not now, but he'd go in the stairs and then just go right back up them, and then continue on, and that resets the step counter for him. So it'll make it so he's gonna have way less encounters. Unfortunately, on Game Boy Color, entering stairs like that does not reset the counter. So that's why Xytoriak is getting way more battles in here. He's gonna have to take and be careful with.
We'll still take these because there's money in this tower.
Got some goopies on Anatoleu's screen here. One of the best enemies.
Definitely. Just an easy group to hurt with AoEs and a 1 in 64 chance to drop a wizard's ring.
Yep.
I got it once.
It's practically guaranteed.
Practically guaranteed.
This is a safe fight.
Lots of vampires up here today. Got some ghouls.
So many encounters in here.
Ice Pierce has been playing too much Dragon Quest V, trying to recruit all the monsters.
Yeah, he's got everything but the liquid metal slime now, so he's on to the fun part.
Oh man.
Almost at the end of the tower.
Yep, Xytoriak has the moon fragment, or the moon shard it's called on Game Boy Color, thanks to its character limits.
I like how it went fragment to shard there, but you go shard to fragment for DQ7 remakes.
Oh yeah. So this version he's going to climb back up to the top of the tower, which is actually kind of dangerous. A couple of these floors, but there's a wizard's ring here at the top, which is their... Is it their third one?
Third one, yep.
Yep. 3 out of 4. Definitely want that. So Air's just about to pick up his. He is going to be right behind.
Climbing back in from the early bad RNG. I've actually almost caught up to my PB now.
Yep, looks like actually you might be ahead because Xytoriak decided to take the in here. And anatoleu is about to get his final water flying close, so now he's going to have 2 sets. One for the princess and one for Canuck.
Oh, cool. I do have a little leaf.
So we've been talking about how important the water flying clothes are in this game. To highlight that a bit more, the water flying clothes have a 50% reduction on both spells and breath attacks, which is huge, especially for 2 characters who have lower HP. I believe that's not actually the case for... it's not 100% the case for the Super Famicom version. I believe Super Famicom does not reduce Explode It. Is that right? I think that's right. So the NES version actually doesn't distinguish between spell types. So like Infernos and Fireball and Firebane and Explode It. It's all spell damage, quote unquote, spell damage. It's all the same. There's no types. But they did actually make them types for the remake. So one's a wind type, one's fire type, one's explosion type. So they do actually distinguish it, but not for too much in the game. So like water flying clothes don't actually protect you from exploded, I believe. But like there aren't actually too many spots in the remake that distinguishes between the different spell types either. It's all generally like a single resistance.
Muted there for a bit, had a lot of background family noise.
Okay. You can correct me if I'm wrong there.
I believe it does reduce Exploded in this version.
Does it?
Right.
Okay. What am I thinking about? There's something about the water flying clothes that...
Or no, it's Lodo's armor doesn't.
Yeah, Lodo's armor doesn't do
Gotcha.
any reduction. It's just good armor.
Yeah. So I had the armor mixed up. So it's Erdrick's armor or Lodo's armor that you get for the main hero does not block Explode It, but it does. It does the other spells or not?
No, I don't. It's just the
Just
regen
breath.
and stuff, or not the regen, the step guard and good armor.
Okay.
So it's still good, but we have to swap it out for magic armor for
Right.
what was his name? Lingor?
So I guess it does not. Yeah. So it doesn't distinguish between spells like Hector was saying there.
Yeah.
It's just that the armor Erdrick or Lodo's armor does not protect against spells in the remake, where it does in the original version.
So we had the nice copper sword meme. I was able to toss one into the ocean.
Yep.
Haven't gotten to do it yet. Maybe there's still time.
There's always time. It's Dragon Warrior 2.
All right, so let's see. Quick check in here. Looks like Error now is entered the lighthouse. So the lighthouse is has a required item at the end of the dungeon called the Star's Crest. So one of the crests is at the end here. He has to pick up. It's a pretty long dungeon, especially in the remake. That makes you go all the way around this bottom floor, like around twice. Where in the original version you actually enter from the top. But it's kind of at this point in the game, you're kind of like compared to the rest of the game, kind of over-leveled, quote-unquote. Maybe more accurate levels for this dungeon. But when you know what you're doing, it feels much more comfortable to make your way through here. The only big thing you have to worry about is kind of MP management towards the end. Since it's such a long dungeon, you can get a lot of encounters, and you end up using a lot of MP.
Yeah, this is definitely the part of the run where you first feel like you're adequately equipped for it. And then that quickly goes away again in the undersea cave.
Yeah, sure does. So Xytoriak is making his way there. I believe Anatoleu is about to head there as well.
Yep.
Oh, this menu.
I'm going to take my break, though, right here before I go to Lighthouse.
Yeah, good time for a stretch. So one additional thing that they picked up for the remake is a wizard's wand for Moonbrook. When you use it as an item, it's just kind of like the Staff of Thunder, in that it casts like a fireball spell. In the original version, it actually has really weak spell power. It's like half of what it is in the remake, so it's not really worth it in the original game. But it's nice, especially through the lighthouse here, to have a kind of a damage option for her without spending MP. One other upside about Moonbrook is she has a lot of agility, so she tends to go first in a lot of fights. So you can usually rely on her to either put things to sleep or to use the fireball or use the wizard's wand to kill something quickly if it has a little bit of HP left. Unfortunately, on the NES version, the way turn order is calculated with agility, it's very random. So you can't rely on anybody going first or last in battle. It's just there's so much randomness to it that unfortunately you just kind of have to hope for good turn order sometimes. Yep, so these battles are pretty straightforward. Usually want to kill most things just because you want the experience anyway, and you want the gold as well. And even though you could technically run from them, and they're not too dangerous enough to kill you, it's still worth it to get the XP and gold. A lot of Gorgons today.
Oh yeah. Normally I'd take care of them by casting Infernos, but I've seen so many that I'm going to run out of MP if I keep doing that. So I'm going to slow these fights down for stability later.
Yep, and that's exactly what I was talking about earlier. It's like you got to watch your MP, especially if you get a lot of these Gorgons, right? It's really tempting to just say, all right, cast Infernos and be done with them. But you'll drain your MP very quickly. Unfortunately, in the original game, Anatoleu is about to enter the lighthouse here as well. 3 people in the lighthouse. Look at this. The Gorgons actually have a high resist. They're either full resistant or 6 out of 7 resistance to magic. So, unfortunately, you don't have that option on NES.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever successfully hit them with magic, so I think it's probably complete resist.
Yeah. Yeah, so another kind of a difference is between these versions is Xytoriak and Error are going to both pick up some chests along the way to get some seeds, I believe. So Anatoleu is not going to make those detours. And actually, on NES, like I said earlier, the entrance is actually from the top instead of the bottom. So you actually have about you lose like a third of the walking you have to do on the bottom floor.
Sounds like cheating to me.
Mr. I can encounter cancel going on staircases.
Hey, you know what? Who are we talking about here? You or me? Yeah, it's kind of funny. Aside from the, I had one strength seed that rolled a 3. Everything else has been minimum rolls, except for the scummable ones where I got the minimum acceptable. It has not been my weekend for seed rolling.
Yeah, so the tower music theme is probably one of my favorites of the series for this.
Yeah, it's really good. It's nice and chill. Catchy.
Yeah, tower theme is great. DQ2 in general is maybe my favorite of the Dragon Quest soundtracks, and tower theme is one of the best ones on there.
Yeah. And I like that, so they made the Super Famicom version before the Game Boy Color, but the Game Boy Color still uses kind of the same sound font as the NES version, so it's kind of like the extended version of the NES because the songs go a little bit longer. There's more to them.
Yeah, it's really nice. Game Boy Color version just overall is just a really cool version of the game.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, it's got so many. I mean, you've talked about a lot of them, but so many like little hybrid things between the two versions.
Yeah, the Game Boy versions of 1, 2, and 3 were actually my introduction into the series. So
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know
always
that.
got a special place in my heart there. A friend of mine in high school let me borrow them.
The coolest guy at your high school.
No.
Did you
My
keep
best
the
friend in
card,
high
though?
school, but
Yeah.
we were the nerds. Yeah, one of the great things about the tower theme being so good in this game is the speedrun spends about 80% of the run listening to tower music. So it's
Yeah,
kinda nice.
because we're just staying in Hargon's castle, which is that
Who?
some guy with a linguar.
Oh, that guy. Okay.
You talking about Countess?
Maybe.
Spirit Cowie.
There we go. Spirit Cowie's the final boss. Now I need a ROM hack that just has Spirit Cowie instead of that guy.
I'd play that. As long as there's not 4 of them.
Oh, jeez. Spirit Cowie B.
Can you imagine if? Oh, that's terrible.
The Malroth splits. I'll leave you with that terrifying thought.
Appreciate
Thanks for
that.
that. Yeah, it's great.
Only if Anatoly gets to swing at 2 of them every time.
That would help.
And he doesn't get heal all anymore.
We'd have to find a way to get the Mirror of Raw back.
Actually, in the Game Boy Color version, I noticed today, it actually says that it shatters when it broke the curse.
Oh, nice. Well, that explains it. It's a good thing only one person was cursed with that. The squirrel
Too
next to
bad
her is like,
everybody else.
no!
Alright, so it looks like Error's reached the top here. We followed this old man up here, and turns out it was a trap.
It's a trap.
Trap. You got these 4 gremlins, which at this point in the game is actually really easy, and compared to the rest of the encounters in here, pretty easy. So
Yeah, the hardest thing about this fight is if you get the bug in the SFC version that causes one of them to be untargetable,
yeah.
you can kind of crash your game or soft lock you.
Easy peasy. Okay, level 10 on Nana. Right. And get the Stars Crest. Or Star Seal. Star Seal?
One of those.
Yeah.
For sure.
Seal Crest.
The Starry Crest Seal.
Yeah, so again, this is like a really good demonstration on how many more encounters you end up getting in Game Boy Color. Just because how far back Xytoriak is here now. He just now got to the old man.
The Meteorite Crest Band. That's it.
Alright, so here's taking a trip over here back to Moonpeta, where the second to last crest is. It was behind this gold key door all along. First, he's got to do a little bit of inventory management. So this is another thing they added to the remake here is a bank and a storage person here. You can drop off items that you don't need anymore. You can drop off gold as well. So when you die, you don't lose half of it. So he's going to dump a bunch of inventory that doesn't need it anymore, as well as store some gold, because for the remix, you're actually going to have to save up enough to buy a Shield of Strength for Sama. And you get these more, well, they look like gremlins until you get into battle. And what are they called?
Bevels.
Bevels, yeah.
Oswargs, I think, in the NES.
Yeah, they're Oswargs.
Oswarg.
Yeah, so these guys are pretty easy too. And then you have to search this one tile right there, which Error just did, to get the water seal. Don't forget.
Never forget the water seal. Yeah, and those enemies are slightly later game enemies as well. Fortunately, they're a little squishy.
Yeah.
But we'll run into some more of those in the road to Rowan. Oh my gosh, I have so many jobs.
Yeah, there's one difficult thing about running on the Japanese version of this game is like you end up getting all these drops from enemies and you're like, what the on earth do I have in my inventory? I have no clue.
Didn't really know what they are. I just forgot how many there were.
Yeah. I mean, Error's done enough. Knows enough Japanese to know what they are. But if you haven't done much of it, it's confusing at first. Get some fairy water. Yeah, holy water.
I get some backup wings in case Sama dies.
Alright, so we got both Xytoriak and anatoleu on the gremlin fight, and anatoleu's down Hanok. Must have died earlier in the dungeon.
Triple run failed to some undeads. who focused Lars down after I'd already used my leaf.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're okay. We made it.
Yeah, it's like both fights went pretty smoothly.
Just had to play it safe, but then it was okay.
And it's still amazing how close we are here.
Yep. The game is saving all the RNG walling for the white ground.
Yeah.
And the cave.
In the cave. And I had a long streak of like one-shot caves where I get all the stuff and then go to the shrine on the first dive. And then my last run, I lost almost an hour to the cave.
Yeah, it can get you in both versions, actually. So. Alright, so for the most part, we've collected all the stuff we need in the overworld. The rest is just one more dungeon, the sea cave. You got to pick up the last item, and then it's off to Rome. The sea cave is pretty dangerous. You get to use the moon fragment or moon shard to clear the shoals. Raise the tide up, I guess, right?
Yeah, we just
That's
raised
right.
the sea level. It doesn't matter. It's not going to destroy ecosystems or anything.
You just hold the moon up above your head, and it raises the sea level.
Yeah.
So this cave is extremely dangerous, like we've kind of been alluding to leading up to this. It has some, especially once you get down to the lower floors, some really dangerous enemies that you can just straight up die sometimes, so or lose a character very easily. And it's quite easy also to run out of MP resources, especially on the remakes. On NES, usually what happens is you either die or you live. There's not much in between there. You don't usually run out of MP just because you either make it to the bottom or all your characters died. So
When you play the game of quests, you win or you die.
yeah, that is the Dragon Quest II experience.
And sometimes everything is really great until one fight.
Yep.
So you're never really able to relax.
Yeah, so these gold orc fights are more annoying than they are super dangerous, but they can be if they don't go to sleep and like the saber tiger, saber lion here guy target somebody down. But they're usually manageable if you're careful. Once you get down to the lower floors, you'll get groups of... Can you get 4 in the remake version? Or just 3? Saber lions.
I think it's just 3.
Just 3? Okay. So you get 3 of those saber lion guys, and they can destroy you very quickly. On both versions of the game. Strength in numbers. So one last thing that they're going to pick up here, Error's kind of making a detour around here, was to pick up the last prayer ring. As well, I believe you pick up something else or no?
We also get a strength seed and magic armor.
The magic armor. Yeah, okay. Yep, so they don't have to buy the magic armor. So they can just pick up in a chest here. That doesn't exist in the NES version, unfortunately. So these, well, they're called blood hands in the Japanese game, but they're called graboopies. Graboopies. On the NES, which is probably my favorite enemy name.
That's pretty good, yeah.
Interestingly enough, though, on the Game Boy Color version, they changed it a bit. They don't call them grab oopies. They call them grab oopies with a G. Grab
Goopy,
oopies.
yeah. I remember saying that and being like, that's awkward to say.
Yeah, it's really weird. I don't know why they did that.
I think I never actually noticed that. I'll have to look for that.
So Air's making his way down. He's on the more dangerous floor now. He's doing some stair canceling, picking up that strength seed that he talked about.
Got 2 off of that one.
It's better than 1.
Yep. I'll take a 2 today.
Alright, so Xytoriak's entering now, using that moon shard, holding it high in the air. The animation on Game Boy Color just like makes them disappear like one at a time. It's kind of weird. Alright, so Anatoleu is also headed there. He's just about.
Well, they are grab goopies.
Yep, there they are. Grag goopy. Grag goopy. So those dark eyes are also really annoying here because they steal your MP, and MP is pretty valuable down here, like I said earlier. So
Welcome to the sea cave. 0-step ambush by the graboopies.
Oh,
yeah, look at that.
Lars is
Nice.
dead.
That's the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah, that's when you're like, all right, we'll turn it around.
It's one of those moments where it's like, should I be playing a different game right now?
Yeah.
We'll probably be fine.
Yeah.
Better
Yeah,
luck
you
next time.
either make it or you don't. It's 50-50.
Yep.
Alright, so we're all in the sea cave here. Making our way through the graboopies and the gold orcs and saber lions. So Anatoleu is going to take a more direct path to the bottom because he doesn't have to pick up all these extra chests. So he's probably going to catch up a fair bit here, assuming he doesn't get got by the enemies.
I don't have to, or I don't get to pick up the extra chests.
Well, one of them's the trap, right? You get damaged. And I think the other one's I think the other one's empty. I don't remember.
It's all bad.
It's been a while. Yeah, it's all bad. It doesn't matter. There's no good in the sea cave.
There really is not. Except for that prairie.
Cool.
Right, so-
that was awesome.
So with that, Anatoleu got like no encounters, and he's already on the bottom floor.
Nice.
Perhaps I should turn thee into a frog.
Yep,
End
just
up
playing the
using a
easy
prayer
version
in
over
here.
here.
Yeah, so there are 2 evil clowns here you have to defeat at the bottom, which, just like the gremlin fights previously, they're not too difficult. The only trouble you can get in here is if they both start casting Firebane constantly. But usually you can get through this, no problem.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Look at that.
evil clowns trying to have their revenge, but not today.
Look at that. Plenty of MP, didn't use any of it.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah,
actually be able to cast outside instead of death warp.
Yep. That's how it goes on NES, right? Either you make it easy or you don't. So On the remakes, it's a bit of a struggle, as you're seeing, because these guys kind of have to fight a lot of these encounters. Otherwise, the chances of running are just so poor. They're just going to lose a character really quickly. So Air's on the bottom floor. He's got one more fight here before the clowns. Yep, so Air's doing a little bit of armor swapping around here to protect Sama, I believe, so he will survive. He gave him the water flying close. So it protects him from Firebane, because he does a lot more damage than Moonbrook, and he also has the outside spell, which will save you time. It's actually preferable to have Moonbrook die in that fight, because you're going to want her dead to stay at the end here, coming up in Baron anyway. But either way, get through it. It's all good.
Yeah, it's quick to kill her off. It's also an option to do things a little bit differently. Not necessarily ideal, but you can save scum the life force, or not the life force, the words, the prayer rings. If Sama's MP is good enough that you don't need to restore both of them, but it's usually not. No.
Alright, well now we're seeing the struggles of the Game Boy Color version now. Xytoriak's he's on the dangerous floor now, but definitely a bit slower to get through here.
These guys might kill Nana for me.
So unfortunately, after you fight the clowns, you can still get random encounters in here. So
okay, we're good.
It is possible to wipe. Yeah. Woo. All right.
Or puppet mans. No thanks.
And this is why I buy the wings, because Sama does not have enough for a return.
Yep. It's always good to have an emergency wing in this game. A lot of Dragon Quest games, actually, just in case. You never know. So Anatoleu is now entering the cave of Roan. So this is the kind of infamous last cave to this game, where it's extremely dangerous. There's random pits that you don't know about. There's paths that if you take the wrong one, it starts you way back at the beginning of the floor again. So it's a real brutal last cave to get through to the end game. Thankfully, once you know what you're doing, where to go, it's a bit safer, but it's still really dangerous at these levels. Easy to lose a character. So there are a few goals here to get through this cave. Number one is to eventually get through the cave to the end. Number two is going to be to get a couple items. Well, 3 items from this cave. One is the Erdrick's armor, which is the best armor for the hero, Laurasia. Or Middenhall. The Thunder Sword, which is also his best weapon. It's the best weapon in the game. And also the life crests, which is the last of the crests we need. So you can do these in different orders, depending on who's dead and how far you think you can get, if you can get to certain items, or maybe make it to the end of the cave if you're really good, in good shape at a certain spot. So we won't really know how long it takes people to get through all this until they're actually on the other side to the shrine. So this could take a while on both sides, or it could be fairly quick, depending.
Yeah, sometimes you get through in 15 or 20 minutes, and sometimes you're here for an hour and a half.
The real game starts now.
That's right.
Yep. It was all easy going up until here.
Yeah, game's not going to go easy on us anymore.
Nope.
Alright, 2 Hibibongo appeared.
Xytoriak defeated the clowns. Gonna pick up his I guess, is it evil idol on this? I think it is.
Evil statue. Yeah.
Yeah. So on NES, it's actually called the Eye of Malroth. On the original Japanese, for all the versions, I believe it's Evil Idol. And Game Boy Color, it's Evil Statue. But I don't know. I kind of like think that you're carrying around Malroth's eye, and you're opening up a cave and doing things with it.
I'm sure he wants that back. You walk in and he says, "I've had my eye on you."
He doesn't really say anything. He's just like, "Ah."
Rah.
I was gonna ask, are you trying to make me forfeit this race?
Yes.
He's just kind of there. Alright, so this is also, well, I guess it's not technically the first place we can see metal babbles, but it's the first place that you kind of really usually see them, is in this cave. So in Anatoleu's case, metal babbles are really bad. They cast Firebane, which is really damaging, and they have a max HP of, I believe, 35?
Yeah, something like that. The range goes up into the 30s.
Yeah, so this is their first take at a metal babble for the series, and unfortunately they kind of overestimated on the HP. It looks like 28 to 35 HP is the range. So yeah, and unfortunately they only give you like 1,050 experience. So they're definitely not worth it on NES because they're more likely to kill you. Looks like you got the armor and the Thunder Sword, which is a decent first go here.
Yeah, pretty nice. Moonbrook really carried the team there.
Yep.
And I just picked up my mysterious hat, which is a really good item in this version. It reduces spell costs in battle by 25% rounded down.
Yeah, so it is extremely good. It exists in the original version as well, but it's only a drop from specific enemies that you usually don't kill, or it's a really high drop rate, or really low drop rate rather. So you never really see it on NES, unfortunately.
Yeah, you can get another one from Mage Vampirus if you're really lucky on this version.
Yeah. And that's like I think a 1 out of 128 drop. So
yeah, I've seen it
very
once,
unlikely,
and it was a great run.
But yeah, it's definitely nice. And even so, it's probably even more useful for the remakes, just because for this end game you're gonna want to get to the last castle and then stay in there. So you want to be spending the least amount of MP as possible, so you don't have to use your rings, your prayer rings, as much. So until he made his first run through the cave, he got like I said, the armor and the sword. Made his way back out. It's gonna revive, save. Still got to pick up the crest, but that's really easy to do. You can get that earlier, you can get it later after you get through the cave. Kind of your choice. So he's probably just gonna make his way through the cave, try to get to the end. Air's picked up one of the items he needs, which is the mysterious hat. He's gonna get the armor and the sword as well.
And the final crest.
Yep, and the crest. So you get one more item in the remix, the hat, because it's such a good item. Yep, and then Xytoriak's now entering the cave himself. So this bottom floor, actually, where the life crest is that Xytoriak just picked up, is dubbed the Hork Pit, which, hey, look, some Horks. 1 Hork and 3 Horks appeared. So in this floor, it has a really, well, on the original, has really high encounter rate. I don't think it's high on the remakes. But you only run into horks down here, groups of horks, and more groups of horks. In separate groups, a lot of times. You'll have like 3 groups of horks, which is a fun thing.
Yep. I think the encounter rate on NES is either 50% or 1 in 3. I can't remember which.
It's 1 in 3, yeah.
1 in 3, yeah.
It's like it's the highest in the game. So like when you go through like a transition that reveals more of a cave, that's also a 1 in 3 chance to get an encounter. So it's the highest encounter rate in the game for some horks.
And horks are never worth fighting.
No, not usually. So you're going to find that Anatoleu is going to be running from pretty much everything in this cave, whereas the other 2 are going to be fighting things.
Agu?
Oh?
Agu?
Ah, goo.
Oh? Sticking around. 1 hit.
Nope. Ran.
Turn 3 run. Yep. So there's our first Metal Babble. They have, is it 4 HP?
Yeah, generally 4 or 5.
Yeah, 4 or 5 HP in the remake version, as opposed to the 28 to 35 in the original. And they are also worth 10,000 experience. So it's huge for the remake runners to get that. It's going to save them 10 to 15 minutes in grinding later on.
I had Sama die to bad turn order, so I'm gonna hope that I make it to the lightning sword before I have to dip out of here.
Yep, and sometimes in this, especially these beginning sections, like, oh, I'm just happy to get the items I got and got out of there, because you can get killed pretty easily in here. Alright, so Anatoleu's now kind of hitting these, he's on the lower floor, now he's kind of going back up the other side, and this is the most dangerous floor right here. So you're going to see groups, well, hopefully we don't see groups of 4 dragons. Woo, that's a fun encounter right there.
Yeah, this is like the best encounter to see, fortunately.
Yeah, it actually is. It's also like the biggest troll encounter in all of Dragon Quest. That's one thing that the devs definitely had a sense of humor about, these encounters. The 1 babble or 2 babbles and all these healers that are going to heal it. It's like, what?
Yeah, it's like an impossible fight to get any experience on. You can try to take the healers out first, but then the babbles will be gone.
Yep.
Or you can fight the babbles, but they'll just get healed.
Yep. So these 4 dragons is like the worst encounter here. If you fail to run once, you're likely going to lose at least 1 character, probably 2. So you definitely don't want to see the dragons. Okay. 2 runs away from dragons. Silver baboons aren't too bad.
Alright, so at least I got all of my loot on the first trip. So, silver linings. That's all you can really ask for here.
Yep. So attack bots are also extremely dangerous. One berserker is usually not bad, but a couple fails and somebody will die. Alright, we've made it to the plateau of Rhone, so it's not over yet. Anatoleu's going to have to make it all the way to the shrine. Otherwise, he's going to have to do it all again. So these encounters out here are quite dangerous. You can get sleep locked by these silver baboons.
Hey, you got an iron helmet drop from a gargoyle.
Very nice. It's a lot of money.
Okay, Lost Moonbrook. Got 2 people alive still. little scary. Just go ahead and use the leaf here. We're going to go back and get another one eventually anyway, so you have a good opportunity, so might as well use it. Fill everybody up and continue on. Alright, no encounters. No encounters. Oh! 2 steps away. 3 blizzards. Okay.
Whew.
Nice. Nice.
Didn't get the triple whammy.
Yeah.
GG.
Alright, so that's a really good time. 2:48 at the Rune Shrine. Very nice. So the other two, definitely not out of it yet. There's a lot of grinding and stuff to go. And they're going to be kind of grinding on the way as well as they go through the cave. So they're going to kind of be making progress as they go anyway. But we got 2 more guys to get through the cave here. So Ancello is going to go back now and grab that life crest that he didn't get before. Go down to the Hork Pit. We get to see the true Hork Pit.
And it's a little early for me to do this, but since I've already got all my seals, I'm getting the Rubus Charm. Normally you come back here at a higher level so you can use Repel and skip some of these encounters, but I figure I'm already here, getting the leaf, might as well grab it.
Yep. Just 2 Horks down here so far.
One Hork and 1 Hork and 1 Hork coming up.
Oh yeah. Here we
A lot
go.
of 1 Horks.
1 Hork, and 1 Hork appeared.
Why can't you guys just get along?
They gotta be free to be their own Hork.
I do. Ran away.
One Hork and 2 Horks. Yeah, I love how the game does that. It kind of comes down to the way the game creates groups of enemies, and it generates. It's supposed to have different enemies in each group, right? So the way it generates them, it creates the groups first, and then it distributes the enemies. So it creates the groups, and then it's like, okay, we need to fill it with enemies. Oh, on this floor we're only allowed to have Horks. Fill it all with Horks, so you get many groups of Horks on that floor. Alright, so Anatoleu is going to start his grind. So he's going to be trying to kill these Cyclops. It's extremely dangerous and very high likelihood that he has characters die. But fortunately, since we're at the Rune Shrine, you get free revive. It's really fast to get back here in this lower section to continue grinding. So just kind of beat your head against the wall, trying to make headway on experience, because these groups give you such large amounts of experience compared to the rest of the game. It's kind of worth doing this at low levels, even though there's high chance for you to die.
This red lady has been harassing me all day.
Yep. And there we talk about the NPCs getting blocked there at the end. That's kind of the classic spot, getting blocked right there in Baran. It's a nice fight. First fight there. You get to see those 3 Cyclopses gave him more XP than 1 Metal Babble in the NES version. So it's way.
Tells you all you need to know.
Yeah, that should tell you all you need to go, right? Yeah, like I said, it's a little more work to get through the Rune Cave here for both the other 2 guys. because they actually want to save their gold. See, Xytoriak here is now going to the bank, seeing how much he has, storing some gold that he made in the cave, selling some items. I think he said he got a iron helmet drop. So you actually want the drops because you're going to need a shield of strength, or in the Game Boy Color version, they call it the heal shield. For Prince Sama here.
Wait a minute. Your bank shows you how much you have banked? I have to write it down. That's not.
Don't get like so like excited because you said you're never gonna run this version because of having the frame dependent shopping.
The heck did I just? Oh.
I had one herb left.
Yep. So that shield is pretty expensive. It's like 21,000 gold. So it takes a while to save up for, but you definitely need it because it saves you a lot of. Number one, it's Sama's best shield, and number two, when you use it as an item, it casts heal more on yourself in battle. So it's extremely important for like saving MP when you're grinding enemies in the castle. Yeah, so kind of doing a quick time check-in. So our estimate's kind of 5.5 hours, but that's kind of worst case. It's actually possible to beat the game in about 4 hours. Kind of the 5.5 will cover, probably the last place finisher. Hopefully it's not that slow though, but you never know with this game.
True words have never been spoken.
We get the really cool. I mean, it's time consuming, but the cool animation of the Thunder Sword for the GBC version.
Yeah. Yeah, the animations are pretty cool with the remakes. Unfortunately, it does slow down battle just a tad, but it definitely looks cool.
If someone could live, that would be wonderful.
So attack bots are extremely dangerous on both versions, but they're pretty much unkillable on NES at these levels. And even by the time you are able to kill them, they're just not worth it. They can still kill party members pretty easily, so we always run from those. They're pretty dangerous on the remakes as well. You kind of have to concentrate on them first and defend with characters, just so you have less chance of losing somebody.
Yeah, if I were to try to attack one right now, I probably would do like 1 or 2 damage. Like,
yeah.
I could barely even touch it with my strongest character with the best weapon in the game.
Yeah, I doubt it's going to end this way, but so far it's been like really close race so far. It's been way closer than I had imagined it'd be.
Yeah, really like how it's worked out so far. This is kind of what we hoped would happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one's gotten completely walled anywhere yet. Still plenty of time for that, though.
Oh yeah.
Sleepy dragons.
Ooh, nice dragon. So, on the remake, the dragons are still really dangerous, but they're also killable. Well, they're susceptible to some status effects like sleep. Not 100%, but to the point where they are killable, and they're worth a lot of XP in large groups of 4 like this.
No sleep misses on that fight. That was great.
I think it's like 60% to sleep them.
Yeah.
But I'm just-
For the question in chat about kind of like what the versions are that we're running here. So yeah, we are all running like original versions of Dragon Quest II here. Not randomized or ROM hacks or anything like that. And we're all kind of running them according to the traditional speedrun rule set. The only thing I think is different at all is I'm using turbo. Because the other two are allowed to use turbo. So I think I am too.
Yeah, that seems fair to me. No, you can't use turbo. You gotta start over. You've been cheating this whole time.
But other than that, yeah, we're all just playing the cartridge versions. And we kind of came up with this idea because we saw that basically while there are, it's not totally fair. Like you actually can have sort of a comparable race across the versions, which is pretty cool. And I don't think there's another Dragon Quest game that you could really do this with.
Yeah, I don't think so, unless you're doing like Game Boy Color versus Super Famicom 1. But yeah. But definitely not 3 different versions. Alright, so both Xytoriak and Error are both on the last floor of the cave here, most dangerous one. Error's seeing a lot of dragons, and Xytoriak's seeing some of the all-stars of the cave.
Yeah, I'm getting really good experience fights here. And I've been lucky with the sleeps.
Yeah, some of these formations are just really difficult to get through on lower levels. Like you just kind of have to rely a bit on luck. Cold as a cod.
Yeah, it was a close one. One of those fights where it would be really nice if you were able to pick specific targets, or you had smarter targeting from your your party members, but it's pretty random. So if you have one monster that's awake and one monster that's asleep, well, sometimes they'll just keep hitting the one that's asleep.
Yeah, that's
Great is
actually
when
another.
there's 4 asleep and 1 awake, and they still hit the sleeping one.
Yeah. Yeah. There's another difference between the original and the remakes is that the enemy targeting is like truly random on the original, whereas on the remakes, like if there's like a damaged enemy and the character knows, to attack, if they attack that one, it would die. It will actually target that enemy, so it will focus enemies if you target, the same group in the same group. So it is definitely an improvement for the remakes. Whew.
Everything's fine here, situation normal.
Yeah, Error's playing with Firebane.
I do tend
might
to play this
have
a
tried
little
that.
more aggressively than normal, and it does bite me sometimes, but that's
Yeah.
my MO.
Alright, well, both Xytoriak and Error are on the plateau on the way to the shrine here.
I love when you go to encounter cancel or force an encounter in a safer zone and you realize you had enough steps to just go all the way.
Yep.
So mine, I stood outside to reset my threat, and I got an encounter like 4 steps away anyway.
Yeah. It's like kind of the unfortunate part about this game is that it's not like true a step count. Like it's not like a depletion type count. It's more of it just increases your chance count the more steps you take. So doesn't always work out in your favor. But it looks like you both made it at the exact same time. Look at that. Wow.
Very nice.
I'm gonna go
Super
get
nice
my
shrine.
Rubus charm and another leaf.
We all made it through the cave.
We did it. I'm gonna get my shield of strength because I got a bunch of money.
I should be
Looks
able
like
to
they're both
afford
coming
that,
back.
too.
They're going back to spend their money, get the shield, maybe a leaf, or whatever
I
else they
definitely
need.
need a leaf.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
charm. Yep. So the Rubus charm is the kind of last key item that everybody has to pick up, which is why we picked up all the 5 crests or seals throughout the game. So it allows us to get the charm, the blessing from Rubus, to dispel the illusion in the final castle.
I need 19,000. I need 20.
Didn't even need my banked money. Got so many expensive drops.
Oh, come on. Alright, we'll just take another 1,000 out.
Yep, looks like they both afford the shields easily. So on the remake versions, it is possible for them to get a second shield as well, because Anatoleu actually did that way earlier in the game when he was farming the evil clown for gold. He picked up 2 shield of strengths, one for Canuck and one for Moonbrook, so they can both heal themselves in battle. Moonbrook cannot equip it, but it's still worth it for the free heal mores you get from it. But it's more of a nice to have on the remix if they end up ever going back through here to either pick up a leaf or have to go back to the shrine for any reason and they have enough gold for it. Yep. Meanwhile, Anatoleu is continuing his grind. He looks like he's up to level 16, 14, and 10. So the goal of the grind on NES specifically is to get the hero Middenhall up to level 21. You could technically win at 20, but definitely want to get 21 for a marathon type run, maybe even 22 if it works out that way. So that's kind of his ultimate goal. The ultimate goal for the remakes are actually going to be for Sama or Canuck. They want to get him to level 25. Not specifically. It doesn't have to happen before the boss rush. It can if you want to be a little bit safer, but you want to get him level 25 after the second boss minimum of the final boss rush, and you definitely need 25 for the final bosses. And that level 25 for him gets him the revive spell, which is essential to beat the game. So the way the remake, obviously they have to grind a lot more than the NES version to get that many levels. They're going to actually break it up into kind of 2 sections. The first section is going to be, you see Error here, actually heading back into the cave around. Because the battles in the cave here are more predictable and easier to get through and kind of worth more than the battles out here on the plateau in the snow field here. They're less dangerous, they're kind of more consistent. So he's going to be grinding in the cave here until he gets Sama up to level 18-ish. He might grind a little bit more just to get the other 2 up into a kind of similar level.
And
before
Sama 18 is the big one, so he has Firebane.
Yeah, so that gives him Firebane, and then after that, they're actually going to start going towards the castle to make it to the castle, and hopefully stay in the castle for the final remainder grind, which gets him all the way from level 18 to level 25. And that's kind of how they'll finish it up.
Awesome ambush there. Oh, now you're gonna put them to sleep. It's not.
Yeah, but like I said, deaths here are way less costly just because you have the shrine that full revives and full heals you, and it's fairly quick to get back to where you're going. Aside from the snow field here, what we call kind of the white ground loop. Usually when we're talking white ground loop, it's the trip from getting from the shrine to the castle, which is what anatoleu is actually trying to do right now. Basically, you end up trying to get there, you die, you just do it over and over again until you finally get there. So anatoleu is actually going here for a different reason. So he's going to be activating what's called the, well, I don't know if you call it the sword destruction glitch, but it's a equip glitch where the way the illusionary castle works and the way equipping items works, you can abuse it to basically get the power of the best sword in the game. So in this case, he has the Thunder Sword, but use the Falcon Sword's 2 hits. So I talked about earlier where there's the way the game calculates attack power of your character. It only calculates it when you 1, equip a new weapon or any kind of weapon, or 2, it calculates it when you level up that character. Fortunately, when you enter this illusionary castle here, you're going to see anatoleu now equip the Falcon Sword, enter the castle. Now, he's going to equip the Thunder Sword back on, which gives him the high attack power. Now he's going to leave. So what happened there was when he left, the game automatically reverts anything you did inside the castle to what happened before you entered the castle, except it does not recalculate your strength and defense values. So now anatoleu has the 2 hits of the Falcon Sword with the strength of the Thunder Sword. So he's going to be hitting twice now with the hero, Minhal, every attack, which is huge for killing these enemies and not dying. It has the unfortunate side effect, like I said, in that once he does level up, he loses that glitch. So he actually has to go all the way back to the castle to reactivate it. But it's definitely worth it for these encounters. So you're going to see, like, this blizzard encounter is actually quite dangerous in that they can cast defeat, and it's like 1 out of 8 chance each character dies every time they cast it. But the hero now attacks twice every turn, which wipes these guys out extremely quickly. Usually in 2 turns you can kill these guys.
Yeah, it's a really, really handy glitch, and anytime you have it activated during the grind feels so much better. You're just so much more likely to actually win the fight, whereas without it, a lot of fights become like, well, maybe you'll win, maybe you won't.
Yep. Yeah, and it just has the unfortunate downside is that you have to make it all the way back to the castle to activate it again once you level up. So it's kind kind of like a yin and yang. Like, you gotta get through the hard enemies to get the glitch, and then you can kill those hard enemies until you level up again, and then you gotta make your trek back there, and then you kind of repeat that until you hopefully get all the levels you need. So while Antonio was doing that, looks like the other two guys are in the little entrance to the Roan Cave here, trying to kill as many groups of 4 dragons as they can. These 4 dragons are worth like 2,000 experience for them.
I'm actually heading back to grab that evil shield.
Oh, okay.
Maybe you get
So
a
that evil
hot
shield.
way.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Get lucky. So the evil shield will sell for a lot of money. It's a cursed item. You don't actually want to use it, but he's going to use that to get the second heal shield early. A little bit of safety and extra saves you from using the wizard rings as much.
That was dicey.
Yeah, that's right, Murdoch. The glitch only happens because of the properties of the illusionary castle. Because so say like you stay at the inn in the castle, it actually heals you, but then it reverts everything back. If you like move items around in your inventory, and then you exit the castle, it moves them all back to where they originally were. But there's just a few exceptions to that, right? It's the calculating the attack and defense power. Also, it gives you it doesn't erase. So if you went in there, Anatolia will be using this later, but if he enters the illusionary castle, casts Step Guard, and then exits it or uses the charm to dispel the illusion, he's actually going to still technically have Step Guard cast on his party, and he gets the MP for it back because he exited the illusion, and it reverts back to the original MP. I think it works the same way like if you did Repel, but there's no really reason to use Repel in the castle there because it doesn't do anything. But there's just a few oversights, just kind of the way the game works, that allows the glitch to happen. And if it weren't for this glitch, we have to beat the game at similar levels as the remake. So we'd probably have to get Canuck up to like level 25 or close to it, to be able to beat the game.
Even though my hero is dead here, I can still actually activate the glitch, which is really nice. Because we can still equip things on ghost characters.
Yep.
Alright, I'm off to the castle.
Very nice. So here's starting his quote-unquote white ground loops. Trying to get to the castle. Yep.
Usually how it starts.
Yep. And Sama's dead. Go back to the shrine. So you can choose to run the battles, you can choose to fight the battles. I don't know, some seem winnable, but also it's like you just die, you lose characters anyway, so it's like, I don't know. It's a hard decision on some of these fights, because I think it's like lose-lose either way.
This is a definite no fight. You don't fight the white ground all-stars.
Oh yeah, the all-stars there. Yep. Don't fight those guys.
Now, the Archdemon Gigantes I'd probably fight later, after I've gained a few more levels, but not at this point.
About 11,000. Oh my goodness.
Ooh.
Having a good time there with the sleep.
Just getting sleep blocked and then instantly killed.
And it's amazing how fast you can just die or lose a character. Some of these fights is just like bam, 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 dead.
Hey, preemptive.
So, I thought about this. I almost didn't. Since I just reset, I'm just gonna save the gold instead of lose half of it. I'm gonna lose some time, but
We'll get there someday.
Yeah, so one other thing to mention for the NES version here, anatoleu's killing these giants. So these giants actually have a 1 in 8 chance to drop a Sword of Destruction. So Sword of Destruction has actually the highest attack power in the game. It's 13 attack power more than the Thunder Sword, which is like 80 for the Thunder Sword and 93 for the Sword of Destruction. However, it's a cursed sword. So if you actually equip it, it curse you, and I think you have like a 25% chance to just straight up lose your turn if you use it. I believe it also has like a little bit higher crit rate as well. I've never really played too much with it. However, because of the way the glitch works in the castle, you can equip it in the castle, which activates the curse. But as soon as you leave the castle, you don't have it equipped anymore. It's back in your inventory. So you essentially got the attack power of the Sword of Destruction with the Falcon Sword. So it's actually a huge boost in your attack power. 13 attack power is huge. That's basically more than 2 levels. I think the 2 best levels that Middenhall gets is like +6 strength in a row. And it's better than that. So it's a huge boost to his attack power, and it kind of can make the difference for some of the end bosses, killing them without dying.
Yeah, it's a lot more comfortable to go with the end game with the Sword of Destruction versus doing it with the Thunder Sword for sure. You just like so many of those end game boss fights come down to like one more turn.
Yep, and then you heal all.
Yeah,
off.
then they heal all.
Yep. Yeah, so the crit does not carry over because you technically don't have it equipped anymore. Once you exit the castle, you have the Falcon Sword equipped, so it does not carry over. If it did, I think the freezing curse would also carry over, which you definitely don't want. So it's just the attack power. And yeah, it's only for the NES version and Famicom version.
Thanks, Surround. I appreciate it.
Yeah, the remakes definitely do not have it. It's actually kind of a famous bug in Japan, to the point where in Dragon Quest Builders 2, which is kind of a continuation of this story, they actually have a kind of a hidden way to have a similar weapon of the Falcon Sword of Destruction, essentially. It's kind of cool. They added that in there.
This is probably the worst time I've had getting to the castle on the first try.
Yep. So Error's having his white ground loops.
I'm having them too, just trying to get back to Roan.
What flavor are they?
Salty.
Frosted sadness.
Okay. Yeah, that works.
There's also something that's I think is funny. It's kind of annoying with the Game Boy Color version is when you die and go death warp back to the shrine, you have to then talk to the guy after the initial text because he just revives lore, and then you have to talk to him again to get Sama and Moon revived.
Yep. It's really easy to accidentally talk to him twice on GBC as well.
Yep.
Because you're like mashing through text and it's the same button that talks to him again. And yeah.
Everyone got defeated.
Yep.
Yeah, the NES version especially has a lot of instant death spells flying around. From the enemies, not from me. Never from me.
Unfortunately, you don't get high enough level on NES to have those spells, and even if when you do, they don't hit at a very high percentage rate to be worth it for a lot of the enemies anyway. We will see defeat being used on the other two versions though later on, much later on. The crinkle.
I'm looking forward to Crinkle Time.
Oh well.
Yeah, a 3 and 4 Blizzard fight is just kind of like the ultimate gamble fight, right? It's just like, well, either they're gonna kill us or we're gonna kill them, so just keep attacking.
Yeah, they have no way to cause actual physical damage, but 50% of their actions are the group defeat spell. So, yeah, it's always fun, but they are worth a lot of experience when you win, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, and I think it's the highest experience fight in NES at least.
Yeah, when you get 4 blizzards. Yeah.
Yep.
Nice. I crit the giant so hard.
Woo!
Drop the Sword of Destruction.
Nice. All right.
That's always a relief to get that.
Love it.
Yep.
All I would like is an encounter so I
Double
can
crits.
death lore. And I'm gonna walk all the way back to the shrine.
Go Moon, go!
Oh my gosh.
There you go.
Yeah, the time that I wanted that fight to take another round so I could get some in-combat healing, I got crits from Sama and Lore on an Archdemon and single-rounded them.
Everything that could go wrong went wrong on that fight.
Yeah, especially on the remakes here, The end game grind is definitely like one of the harder things to learn when you're a new player. I mean, I don't consider myself good at that version at all, but it's there's a lot to know as far as like encounter handling and just not dying and what to prioritize and what not to do it quickly.
That feeling when you die to the safer zone forced encounter.
Nice, Kaishin.
So on the SFC version, there's a part where the lower level encounter zone flips into this more dangerous area outside the castle. So I forced a fight there, and just got unfortunate with the turn order and the targeting on that encounter. And it killed me anyway.
Anatoleu is just killing bullongs left and right.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for that 1 in 32 wizard ring drop so I can have 1/4 as many wizard rings as everyone else.
Finally made it.
Right. So now that Error's finally made it to the castle here, ideally he never has to leave again, but doesn't always work out that way. Actually, it seems to rarely work out that way.
Yeah. Only on the really good runs you get to stay here forever.
Yeah. So display the illusion here, then hold up the evil idol to I guess transport you to the upper floor.
Yeah.
And we're gonna live here now for a while.
I hope. Moved in, I'm hoping not to be evicted anytime soon.
I was hoping to get Anatoleu's luck there. Wanted to crit a magic vampirist to knock the mysterious hat out of him.
I went for several. I think I
Didn't
had 10
quite hit it
shots
hard
at
enough.
I mean, law of averages says that I won't get one today since I got one in the last run.
Yeah,
I mean,
deep.
law of
That's
averages
actually-
says you're not going to get one until like 3 years from now.
Yeah, it's hard to say who's in the lead. I'd say Anatoleu's probably technically in the lead, but he's also got the worst RNG part of the game left to go. So that can quickly change once he gets his levels and to that point of the game. Error's not too far behind, I guess. He's in the castle grind in Xytoriak, so a little bit behind that. He's in the cave part of the grind still.
Gosh.
So Anatoleu can start attempting the bosses around level 21 on the hero. So he just hit 19, so he's got 2 levels to go there.
Well, it was nice while it lasted.
And then the other 2 are looking for level 25 on Prince of Cannock. Sama. Or I guess it's level 24 plus. So once you see level 24, they're going to be pretty close to attempting the final bosses. But once they do get to that point, they're actually going to start making good progress through the final boss section, even if they do have like a wipe to one of them. It's usually stable enough where they can keep moving. On the NES, unfortunately, like you can get walled to Atlas for like an hour if he attacks the wrong person.
Yep. It's basically a 1 in 3 chance that you're not going to win the fight, no matter what you do.
Yeah.
Just by going into the fight.
So it's just one of those we won't know until it's over.
EQ RTA 2 was cursed.
Oh no. It's so funny how they have 2 was cursed. Like what? who else got cursed? Was it like the previous owner of the sword?
Yeah, whoever that was. The giant that I crit really hard. That guy was cursed,
He
unfortunately.
was cursed too, yeah.
Yeah.
Back to the loops.
All right, so Aaron and I are pretty much. He's just got more experience, but we're in the same spot now.
Yeah, I'm about 5k from Sama hitting level 20.
I just hit 18.
I took like 3 fights in the castle though. That was pretty cool.
Hello, thank you for the raid. Thank you for. It's been a few raids, but thank you guys for watching. Guess quick reminder of what this is. This is the Dragon Quest RTA Marathon 2024. We usually have this every year in mid-ish April. Kind of showcase all our. Try to get in all the games, a version of every game, and some of the extended games as well. So we still got Dragon Warrior 2. I think next is Dragon Warrior 4. There's a 3-way race. Dragon Warrior 4 coming up, which should be a fun watch. Let's see. Is there a schedule? Here's the schedule. Pull it up for myself here. So after Dragon Warrior 4, we're going to have Dragon Quest 3 for the Nintendo Switch, run by Ellie. And then we're going to, tomorrow, early morning, because it's such a long run, we're going to have a 3-way race between, is it Spoiler, who are these? Zansei and
Heartran.
Heartran, okay, yeah. I'm still not good with numbers and names. So it's going to be a 3-way race at Dragon Quest 9, which is, I don't think we've ever had a race of it, have we? That's cool.
Yeah, not in the marathon. One time, Purple Mario and I raced at RPG Limit Break in the practice room.
I was there for that.
I think that's pretty much it.
You guys had a lunch break in between, too.
It was nice, yeah. It's the way to do it.
And then finishing up with some dinner with Dragon Quest V for the Super Famicom, and that will be the last game tomorrow. Yeah, it's going great. We're in the comfy grind section of this run. It's actually ended up being way better than I thought it would be as far as showcasing all 3 games at once. It's actually really cool to see them all 3. You can see like the differences because it's been so close. Like you can see the differences between like encounter rates and having to do extra steps for some of the versions where you don't have to do it in the others. And these guys have kept it actually really close. So it's really cool to see.
I'll make it back someday.
Hey, at least you've been there.
That just makes it worse. Because I had a chance. I was sadly removed from my home.
I just almost made it there before a Gigantes and a Bullwong decided to be mean.
I think I'm at about 13 loops so far.
Bye, Lore.
I keep seeing the All-Stars.
Which fight is the All Stars?
Archdemon, Blizzard, and Gigantes.
Ah, it's a good team.
A very good team. I wish it was my team.
I think that was basically Countess's team in Dragon Quest Monsters this morning.
Sounds about right.
Come on, please.
I'm at Sama
The
20.
only time that the actual like grind feels bad is like when you get to the white ground loops where you can't even kill an encounter. Like even with a partial, like one person made it out. No, it was
We're back.
That's exactly what I was thinking, Countess. I was like, well, there was a Gigantes for sure, and then there was an ice monster. Yeah, something with wings. It was pretty much the same, yeah.
Sometimes you
Sans.
get 2 Sama
Sorry.
levels without being in the castle. Come on, sleep. Okay, at least Chamorro knows Vivify.
Chamorro will save us all.
True MVP of DQ6.
I guess I'll take it. Well, let's see if I make it to the castle. Okay.
Here's the quadrigons.
Did you know that there's this castle in here that looks just like Laurasia?
Whoa.
Try staying at the inn.
It's a really convenient inn spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
I can't believe they make you pay, though, and you could have just gotten it for free at the shrine just a little bit ago.
But it's a very reasonable rate. It doesn't cost much at all.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's a convenience charge considering the white ground in between.
I only fight Bullwongs when I have my Falcon Sword glitch equipped. Otherwise, it's too bad of an idea.
Depending on how long it will stay here, I might get a second shield.
Nice. Ah, triple poison right at the end.
Yeah, so that's one enemy that they changed a fair bit. Was the what are they called? Devil Lords?
In Game Boy Color, it's Bat Demon.
Yeah. Gold Batboons,
Yeah.
Bat Demons, Devil Lord,
All of the
Devil,
above.
AU
Devil, yeah, because it'd be
You
gold.
like Gold Devil, right?
So
It's
they
weird
gave
that they
him.
went with Bat Demon when it's still Egg Devil for the Silver Baboon.
Yeah, that's interesting. But they gave him Poison Breath instead of Sleep Breath, which he has on the NES, which is pretty nasty. It's
Yeah,
more
the
just of an annoyance on the remake is the Poison Breath, right?
Yeah, because you can't cast Antidote in battle. You have to do it from the overworld menus, which are super slow.
Mm-hmm.
So what does AU Devil stand for?
AU is the
Gold.
atomic symbol for gold, just like AG is atomic symbol for silver.
I know that.
Oh, okay. They go back to the
Australian devil.
sorry.
Australian. Okay.
Attorney General
Australia.
Devil.
Sorry, I forgot the meme from this morning.
It's been a long day.
Yes.
Dude, I've intentionally wiped on so many white ground loops that I just used the water flying clothes instead of defending on Moon.
You can't blame that on cursor memory.
No, that's on muscle memory. It's been developed over a long course of bad luck.
All right, you got to be getting close there, Anatoleu.
Yeah, I've got about 5,000 or 6,000 more experience to go. Shouldn't take too long since we do have the good glitch activated right here.
Yeah, so this 4X dragon encounter is what I want to see exclusively. Everything else is a waste of my time. If I could get just this encounter for the entire grind, I'd be happy.
I just got kicked out.
Oof.
I mean, the good news was it wasn't like a party wipe kick, but still.
So Sama, his Firebane spell in the remix is probably like, it's kind of like exploded from the original as far as strength. It's really strong, so it's really good for taking out groups of enemies.
Yeah, it targets more than just a single group, too. It targets everyone.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Well, I learned my lesson this time.
All right, looks like you're picking up one last leaf here. Well, hopefully last leaf.
Yeah.
Let's hope so. Yep, picking up a leaf and grabbing the Rubus charm so I can start trying to take Atlas down.
Yeah, so Atlas is kind of the first wall for the NES version. His AI and his strength makes it very difficult to get past. In that, Atlas always detects twice, and it's always the same character until they're dead. So if Atlas decides to attack Minhal, that's worst case. He's probably going to die almost instantly because of how low our HP is, and we don't have increase yet. I think Kanaki learns that at like level 20 or so, and even so, if you did that, it's still no guarantee to win if you like defend everybody and try to cast increase, because he could knock down Kanok as well. So it's definitely not a free fight. It's more like a gamble fight. So you just kind of have to bang your head against it until he decides to either attack Kanok or Moonbrook, and then also you're gonna hope for good turn order because you have to heal the person who got hit and parry with them with the other character. So if he attacks them twice in a row, they're dead, and then he targets a new character. And if it's Minhal, it's pretty much over at that point. So you definitely need a little bit of luck to get past them. On the remake, they're going to have much higher level, more HP. They're going to have increase that actually works well, as opposed to the NES version. So they'll be able to. It's still not a free fight, but if he attacks the wrong person at the wrong time, but it's definitely much more manageable.
Yep, and I'm not really planning on getting through all of Hargon's castle kind of in like one shot. But if I can just get Atlas down, that's it's a real victory. It's like the same as getting a couple items out of the Road to Rhone before you die. You're like, yeah, that was pretty good.
Yep. And then the bosses in between the next two bosses are fairly easy to get through. Usually not too worried about them.
Yeah, Pazuzu is usually the worst of them just because he can cast defeat.
Yeah.
But
And
hopefully you just put him to sleep and he's okay. Yeah, he can also sacrifice, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Cast defeat on him. It's easy.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'll just hold up my broken mirror of Ra and shoot it right back at him.
There you go. That's thinking outside the Sama box.
Oh, he tried to sacrifice, but he was stop spelled.
Very nice. Yeah, anyone who's been watching me grinding those gold bat boons, you've noticed that I always open up with casting stop spell on them because I don't want them to be able to cast sacrifice. Which is pretty similar across the versions. That's just what is really bad about those guys.
Yeah, they don't cast it until they're like low on HP, but yeah, there's always a chance. Don't want to risk it. Come on, ring.
It'd be so nice. If I got the ring, then I would be more likely to say, all right, let's see if we can get through this in one shot. Makes it a lot more realistic.
All right, well, that's level 21 at least.
Yeah, got 21. Since I think there's a high likelihood I'll probably want to go to 22, I'll still take the easy experience, but
yeah,
start going for it.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing about the NES version is that you can get more levels, so like level 22, 23, you're going to get more HP and a little bit more strength. And it does help, but it's kind of like incremental at that point. It's like, yeah, you had like maybe a 5% chance better to beat the boss or whatnot. So it's not always worth the time, but like for a marathon type run, it kind of makes sense to kind of slowly level up as you take more and more tries at the bosses.
Yeah, exactly.
So you get a better chance each time.
I'm just guaranteed that I'll get a second shield if I need it. Just found another magic armor.
Nice. So I'm at 22. We're getting there.
It's almost crinkle time.
Almost. One more level.
Okay, so anatoleu here is doing actually some more equipping than just the normal equip glitch he was doing earlier with just the falcon sword. So he's also moved the water flying clothes over to Hall and removed them from Cannock. So now Middenhall has the 50% spell and breath resistance. However, Canuck is very vulnerable now to any kind of spell or breath attacks because he only has a 25% spell resistance with the magic armor. So his place is actually to for this end game here is to cast that step guard here through this section. Save MP, and then he's also needed for the Atlas fight. But past that, he's actually not necessarily needed. He's nice to have for healing and whatnot, but and taking hits. But aside from that, his usefulness drops quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. Who didn't clean up their 4 green dragon fight?
Oh, those are mine. You can send them to me.
Error?
Ooh. Wow. I'm gonna wipe to this one.
Yep, for sure. Nothing like
Sorry.
being ambushed by the 4 green dragons. It's probably not
Yep.
going to be the climb.
Yeah, that's the most unfortunate part is like you're all ready to go, you got the equip glitch going, you go through the step guard floor, and then the first encounter you get ambushed and everybody dies. And do it all again.
Yep. Welcome to DQ2.
Yep.
Didn't want to use my leaf like just as I made it back to Hargon's castle, so I'm just gonna go get my second shield of strength right now.
Yeah, it took me so long to get here that I went ahead and used mine really early, so I wouldn't have to try to come back again. Hopefully, I'm not going to need it again.
Wow, that was a nice walk.
That was a really nice walk. We're already back. Hear that, Error? That's how easy it is.
I'm so happy for you.
It sounded like sarcasm.
No. Oh. Speaking of needing it again, here we are.
Oh boy. Yeah, I guess that's kind of like the castle all-star fight.
Yeah.
Oops, doing this the wrong way. Bad, nothing, bad, nothing.
We have no gold. Not even close. But I'm gonna get a leaf. Might as well.
Alright, well, we're back here on the ES. So there's just 2 floors with encounters here that he has to get through. Sometimes you get no encounters, sometimes you get a bunch. It's the way of this game. But they aren't long floors, so I don't know. I think most of the time you can get through them without losing somebody. Ooh,
Yeah,
2
most of
metal
the time
levels.
it's okay. The Mace Masters are probably the scariest one because they'll cast instant death spells.
Yeah, and explode it. It'll kill
Explode it. Yeah.
Canuck really quickly. Right, well, once you're to this floor here that he's on, there's no more encounters. So it's just Atlas. So, like I said earlier, if Atlas targets the lead character, Middenhall, it's pretty much over. But if he targets one of the other 2, he's got a chance. So that's what we're hoping for.
Go Atlas, go. I mean, go Anatoleu, go.
Leave it to Aaron to be like, GL Atlas.
Okay, he targeted Moonbrook, which is good. So he's going to use Lars to heal her and parry. Unfortunately, Atlas went first, so she's dead. He's going to retarget this next turn. So you want him to attack Lars, ideally. Okay, he did. So he's got
Good
a good
enough.
chance here to kill him. And Lars took one for the team, and Atlas down. Very
Yep.
nice.
We'll take it.
So any fight that gets through Atlas is a good fight. You quickly learn in this game.
It definitely is. I'm always happy just to have Atlas down. Even if Bazuzu takes me out, I'm like, nope, good progress. We're good.
Yeah, so he revived Moonbrook here. Like I said, Cannock's not really too useful. This endgame section isn't completely necessary. It's going to be tight on MP if he actually does make it to the last boss, but either way, it's good progress. So he's trying to put Bazuzu to sleep, which she did there. Use his shield to heal. Just keep on attacking him. Hopefully he doesn't wake up. Okay. Okay, nice.
Yep. Bazuzu
do
was
anything too horrible. Yeah.
Yeah, big on physical attacks there, but trying to be like Atlas.
Yeah, I think that's like his lowest attack chance too, is like the physical attack.
Yeah.
Alright, so now we got Zarlox. So Zarlox is the first boss that has heal all. Fortunately, he only has 250 max HP. So eventually you can wear him down, but we do want to try to connect a defense or two just to make sure we're doing more damage. He also knows Explode It, which is pretty damaging. Oh, he did the double physical, which is his rarest attack. Did you get a chance to use the light sword? No.
No.
Because Lars is dead. Yeah. So that's actually one extra use that Cannock has there in this fight is to use the light sword as an item, which will cast around. It's still no guarantee that Zarlox misses if he double physicals, but it happens.
Yep, still pretty good progress though.
Yep, definitely take that.
So much for making it back to the castle.
I hear you.
Alright, so one other catch here that for the NES version, once you kill one of these bosses at the end game, if you ever reset your game or like save and reset, they actually all respawn, just like the evil clown did way earlier when we were talking about that to farm the Staff of Thunder. Those bosses will respawn if you reset your game. So one thing that we can't do anymore is reset. So we're gonna have to, if somebody dies, we're just gonna have to take the death and then heal everybody up, get a leaf if we need it, and then make our way back. And that is what Anatoleu is doing.
Yep, hopefully we don't see the world tree too many more times, but we'll see.
It's a pretty tree.
Error wants you to camp underneath it.
It's a nice tree.
You know, if you stay there, you're safe.
Just lay down under the world tree with your mouth open.
I wonder how many calories a world tree leaf has.
It's a good question.
What does chat think?
I only know how many calories a fig has.
That's probably more than a leaf.
I thought you were going to say a world dew.
No, World Dew is actually 0 calories.
I had 2 of them try to cast Sacrifice turn 1. This is a funny fight.
The defense animation on Game Boy Color is so weird. It's like you're sprinkling sand or something over the top of them.
Just throwing dirt in his eye.
Man, look at these nice walks you're getting. What is this?
Yeah, it hasn't been too bad. Repel helps me get through that area with the the weaker encounters now that I have really high attack power.
Right, right.
But the rest of it's just good luck.
I'm gonna go ahead and mute Discord for a bit. Somehow I just saved time on my Sama 23 split.
Very nice.
This is a great game. You never know what it's gonna throw at you.
That's the
honestly,
best part about having a bad PV, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and split times are kind of a suggestion anyway in Dragon Quest II.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, my
Hold
PB, I got
high.
booted out of the castle so many times.
There's your green dragons.
I know. I told Error to pick these up.
I'm not in the castle, so they're all falling through the cracks here.
You just gotta make through these first 2 floors again with the random encounters. Ooh, 3 babbles.
I know. I was
Look at that.
thinking about taking the experience, but decided probably still not. I'll take this one. With the giant,
This
it's a
one?
little bit scarier, but this one I'll probably just get a babble
Oh,
and
we got 2. Look at that.
be done with it.
Hey, we got a kill. Our first one.
Nice.
See, guys, it's not too hard.
Maybe I should go upstairs and gamble.
Yep. Why aren't you grinding one floor up, Error? What are you scared of?
Everything.
What are they?
Yeah, Hectical. I was thinking the same.
It's fine. I know where he is on that. Fortunately. Although if that happens, we'll just have Lars rejoin the party. It'll be a good excuse to do that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You have to do that.
Hey, you're back in the castle.
Have you even gotten far enough to actually recruit Lars yet?
Yes, I could.
Okay.
I could recruit him if I wanted to.
All right, back to Zarlox.
Crinkle, crinkle.
So like I said earlier, Zarlox is usually not too bad. He can troll sometimes by using heal all on himself, which just kind of get his defense down and kind of war of attrition, just beat him down and heal.
Yep.
Yeah,
right.
unfortunately, lost Moon there.
We did. But yeah, guess we can do this now. Because I have to leave anyway. I don't have a lead.
Right. Yep.
Let's go meet Sama finally.
Yeah.
Oh, you wanna talk about this?
Sure. This
Go
is
for
this is like a glitch that you can use if you have the Cloak of Wind equipped and you jump off that really high floor in Hargon's Palace. You can see I fell out into the mountains here, so I could just turn around and talk to Lars. This is the only time that you can actually like face him and talk to him. And he says, "Hey, I'm Prince Lars. Great to meet you. We should let's go travel together and we may oppose Hargon."
Who's that guy?
And we get the party jingle again too. I don't know if my audio's up, but it's playing the party jingle, which is fun. And Moonbrook's ghost is just lost out in the ocean, in the mountains.
just hanging out there.
Yep.
I've heard
Alright.
tales of the ghost of a fallen princess that roams these hills.
That's right.
Yeah, what if you can get two Canox?
I know, it'd be so much better than one.
Would it though?
You could find a BOGO on a casket.
Yeah. I gotta say, that would have to be one of the weirdest buy one, get one sales ever. By the way, Prayer Ring just dropped for me. I have
What?
5 now.
You're cheating. Good thing Shamara knows Vivify.
Yeah,
And
so
now all
Air's
the dragons are showing up. This is great.
Air's in a part of the grind where it goes quite a bit faster once Sama gets to level 23. He learns Defeat, or the Crinkle Crinkle, as we like to call it, because that's the sound it makes when it kills things. And those dragons are very susceptible to it, as are these the flames.
Dragons are more susceptible than the flames. It's 85% for the dragons and 60% for the flames.
Which is like the opposite of their sleep resistances.
Yep.
So he's going to get to level 24 and then close to 25 fairly quickly here. So if Anatoleu doesn't, probably got like a couple more tries to get through this end game before Error is going to start catching up here.
Oh, love it. Juicy dragons. Oh my goodness. As soon as I learned Defeat, like, I started running into nothing but dragons.
That's awesome. I'm really happy for you.
That is awesome.
All right, 100 experience to go to level 22 here,
Wait,
so
what?
should time out pretty well.
8,000 more experience. 4 more encounters, right?
This is why we like to say there's not many dragons in the later Dragon Quest games, because we exterminated them all in this game.
Every single one of them.
Oh wait, no, it's not 60,000. It's like 62,000 or something. A little further to go.
Yeah, see, Error's already at level 24, so actually this might be Anatoleu's last chance to get through it.
Yeah, that sounds right. NES pretty much needs to get lucky, especially at the end.
Need 3,500 more experience.
I got a free dragon killer, guys. I don't have any use for it, but I have it.
Pretty cool.
What? Sorry, 2 flames just both resisted sleep.
I thought you were just being really enthusiastic about my outro.
What? Dragon killer. I do like how the Battle Rex in 6 can equip the Dragon Killer.
Heck yeah.
Alright,
Not really any different than human characters equipping manslayer weapons.
Yeah.
That was scary, though.
Oh, thanks for the only encounter in here that doesn't give me enough experience. And overkill.
Crinkle, crinkle. Alright, well that's it. Error is done with his grind.
On to the bosses.
At 4 hours and 20 minutes, this is a Holmes run.
Good luck, Air.
Thanks.
Is that a metal babble?
Yeah, Metal Babble number 2. I'll just keep getting them. May as well.
Somebody has to.
Someone should. Someone's got to carry the weight of DQ RTA Marathon Metal Babble grind needs. That does actually get me the increase spell, which, as Ash mentioned earlier, is not really that helpful.
Really fitting that the only Hagus that we got in this run so far for the NES.
Right. Did you see any?
I saw one.
Oh. I had a good
it was
chance
with
at the
it was with
first
the heel
one.
slime.
Oh, okay.
This, you guys are on the same floor. High five. Alright, well, last couple of bosses to go here for NES. Still need a bit of luck, especially for Malroth at the end here, but certainly doable. Who's this guy?
Oh, no.
I have no idea who this guy is.
Looks like a Murloc from World
I'm
of
not
Warcraft.
afraid to tell him so.
Oh my goodness. What a start.
Alright, so this guy also knows Heal All, and he casts it at a 70% rate whenever he's below half HP. So it's very likely he'll cast it and troll you with it for a while until you kind of get the right turn order, or you get a critical attack,
Yeah, or that.
and he just falls over. All right, well, here we go, Malroth. So do a little prep here to move some items around here. Lars isn't very useful here for this fight, aside from like taking a hit and throwing out some preemptive heals to try to keep Moon alive. So for the Malroth fight, he's going to try to get ideally 3 defenses in, and then attack with Mittenhall. He has 250 max HP, though he can spawn with less to down to 75% of his max, but he does no heal all. His breath attack is really strong and will kill Lars in one hit probably. So that's why he's kind of not too useful here. So we did a physical to Lars, which is actually extremely good. It's basically a free turn. So he's trying to land the light sword as well to surround him, which will also give him a free turn if he decides to attack and miss. So Lars down. So both the remaining two here have shields of strength, so they can heal themselves. So you kind of want good turn order here, so you can get started attacking and get enough defenses in. So you kind of have to wait them out here a bit with healing. So we got him surrounded with the light sword. Another defense, that's good. Alright, I'm gonna start attacking here, and then the Moonbrook's gonna do her best to keep Middenhall alive here. Nice miss. He doesn't cast heal all. You're gonna have it. Nice.
Team NES.
GG.
GG.
Meanwhile, Atlas killed Sama on turn 1.
Congrats, man.
And then Bazuzu cast a feat and hit Sama.
So this is looking like I'm the one that's gonna end up singing.
Yeah. From what I understand, you're the best of us.
Yeah, very nice. So going into this race, we knew it was going to be kind of close throughout the, or we were hoping it was going to be close throughout the race, but the end game is pretty brutal on AES. It could have been what it took him. Took anatoleu to beat Malroth there, or it could have been another hour. So don't really know headed in, but the unlikely winner.
You never guess that you'll get him first try Malroth.
Yep. I want to thank all of the people who believed in me, especially High Spirits.
Especially.
Yeah, once you got past the dragon floor, they all came back to me. Kind of funny.
Yeah, you can keep them. I'm good. I saw plenty of dragon action, I would say. Oh, I'm sorry, Holmes. I was 4 seconds off from that. My official timer says 4:27:13. Really sorry to disappoint.
Well, there
we
you
can
have
go
it.
back
The
and,
best,
and frame count it to be sure.
the best version of the game won.
Meanwhile, the Switch version has completed 2 runs.
We don't talk about that one.
Whew, that was scary too. I skipped getting the leaf for that last trip because I knew Error was close. So I was like, I just gotta go for it. I don't want Error to beat me.
Yep. The white ground loops came to your aid today.
Yeah,
Well,
really.
lack thereof. Yeah.
Yeah, really, I only won because I got all those metal babbles.
Yeah.
That's what carried me.
Yeah, especially that last one.
Yeah, that was huge. Got Lars an extra level, and he was really helpful.
He took that hit like a champ.
That's true, yeah. He almost cast one spell in the Malroth fight.
Oh, I just realized that the way things are being captured, I don't know if it would sync up if I sang.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't unless you did it on your own stream.
Yeah, probably not.
It's generally not a great idea to do over Discord.
Yeah.
It'll just make it that much more embarrassing for you. Let's do it.
So what level are you at, Xytoriak?
It is crinkle time,
Nice.
but he's still just 23.
The end.
The end. All right, 1 down, 2 to go. Still have an hour left on estimate, so.
Yep. Well,
Stay comfy.
I'm up to Belial. I was able to finish off Pazuzu after Sama got defeated.
Oops, Sama hit 24. Better hurry up, Error.
Better. Okay, I started out in last place pretty early. We can finish there.
Did you use your leaves?
I just went to go get a new one.
Okay. Xytoriak, you have yours or no?
Yep, I have mine currently.
Cool. Good on rings?
I got
I still
5.
have all 4.
Wow. No ring breaks.
This is not what I want to see.
Oh. That's a 3rd floor flight there.
You clearly want to take those hog rays.
I mean, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted. But mostly I'm concerned about not dying. You know what? Where are the memes? Oh, he's gone.
It's okay, we still got the memes.
We did.
That's what's important.
Power of memes compel you.
That's cool, Laura. You can outspeed Sama. Do I need to? Might as well open the menu. I can't believe you like passed me on the floor and didn't high five me. That was kind of rude, Error.
Yeah, I do be like that.
Alright, so worth mentioning on these remakes, these guys have a lot more HP. And Belial here, as he's called in this version, also still knows heal all.
Yeah, the remakes know how to count higher than 255 for monster HP.
Can you imagine if your Malroth had to have 1750 HP?
Yeah, no one would have ever beaten Dragon Warrior 2.
You just need him to not cast heal all on like 87 consecutive turns.
Right.
Lore, quit being so fast. I'm gonna tell you the opposite in like 15 minutes, but
If there's one thing lore is known for being, it's fast, right?
being the first one to take an action every turn without question.
All right, so the end game for the remake plays out quite a bit differently because it kind of all lynches on Canuck. He's actually the most important character here because he knows revive and he can keep everybody else alive. So to that purpose, they actually give him the water flying clothes to keep him alive against, he has more protection against spells and breath because you'll see the other two characters die and he can just bring them right back. So he also has the mysterious hat on to cut down on his MP use. And Air still has plenty of rings here. Who is this guy?
Still have all 5.
Who are you fighting right now, Air?
I don't know.
It's gotta be something they added from the remake, right?
Probably.
So fortunately, Hargon here only knows heal more on this version of the game, not heal all. He has like close to 500 max HP. So he's not too bad usually to get through. He can still troll you with double hits. In this version, you actually use increase as well to cut down on the damage for those double physicals that occasionally come out. But for the most part, he still casts, explode it a fair bit.
Oh, I lost a ring.
Want one of mine?
Yes.
I don't need them.
I always panic when the first one breaks.
Because you know the rest of them are going to follow suit. It's like when you find a moldy apple in your bag. You know the rest of them are screwed.
All right, last boss here. His original Japanese name is actually Sido. So he has 1750 HP, and he has very similar attacks to the NES version, but he also has he can cast defense on you and increase on himself.
Go get him, Air.
Well, we're going.
GL Shido.
Thanks, Xytoriak.
So as long as Kanaka here, Sama is alive, it's still in it. So definitely expect Moonbrook to die during this fight, and occasionally Lore will die as well.
Turn order. Oh my goodness.
Uh-oh.
Well, we got turn order screwed. That was great.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's unfortunate, yeah.
That was just nothing but flame breaths, and he outsped all of the heals.
Yep, so beginning there, you're kind of trying to set up with increases and trying to surround him. But if he just keeps doing spoon flame breath or even doing like double physicals, you can die.
Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the castle.
All right, Sama's 25.
GL. I really don't need to see these every... It's cool.
All right, so Xytoriak is now on the last bosses here. Error's probably going to pass him because Error doesn't have to defeat the mini bosses here in between. Assuming he can get to the castle.
Okay.
So unfortunately, you have to, if you do die to Cedo or Malroth, you do have to fight the other guy again.
Oh, he decided to ambush me and double hit Moon.
Oh, nice.
Yep, so that's one thing that's not changed in the remakes. You can get ambushed by any fight, even these bosses. So
Oof, that's terrible,
unfortunate.
Xytoriak.
Yeah.
Can you also with Shido in the remix?
Yep, I got ambushed by him last round.
Ooh, almost Error.
Got the dragon potion. So I'm going to
Oh,
go
you
ahead and
did?
save just for fun.
That's so
just
funny.
because I can.
Yep. That's exactly what you were talking about earlier. So you killed the other enemy,
Nice, Kaishin.
and then the metal babble ran, and you got the metal babbles drop.
Yep. That's pretty good.
Alright, well, we made it through that without needing the leaf. Luckily, he targeted Moon and not Sama.
Yeah. Nice job getting through that. Zuzu is usually pretty easy. Put him to sleep. You can cast defeat on him. He's susceptible to that as well. He just disappears. But if he doesn't disappear, you can usually beat him down pretty quickly. Yep, there you go. Disappeared.
Sama is victorious.
What a free fight. I like watching Xytoriak just catch up to Error here. Right on his tail now.
Hey, healing is my trick, knock it off.
I'll put the heal off.
He's just spamming heal wars.
Heal more.
Heal less. Oh my goodness. There's a crit. Oh.
Oh my goodness, man. Lay off the heal all.
Yeah. So Xytoriak is getting trolled by Zarlox here. With heal all.
Every turn.
So it is actually possible for Zarlox to run out of MP. I've seen that happen before.
All these top offs, I still haven't broken a ring. Let's try this again.
All right, here we go.
All right, this time you go first, Error.
That would be pretty cool.
There we go.
Again, looking to set up some increases and get him surrounded.
I got the surround already.
Yep, that's good. So we're going to use Moonbrook here to drop his defense and attack with Laurasia. So that's the basic strategy: is attack with Laurasia, defense down with Moon, and Sama is there to hold everything together. He's going to be licking his shield a lot. So best case usually is when Cito uses increase on himself, because you can basically, it's like a free turn because you'll be using defense on the next turn. Anyway, assuming Moonbrook is alive. So that's usually the best case. You can also cast defense on you, so you have to be careful to make sure your increases are back up whenever that happens. And we can use Moonbrook here to do some extra healing onto Laurasia while he attacks. Doing some good damage here. So when you're in good shape, you can use Explode It here with Moonbrook, which does a good chunk of damage as well. You're still pretty good shape here. His MPs looks pretty good. You have to watch your MP sometimes if you have a lot of deaths in this fight, because you can eat through the MP quickly with revive.
Easy.
But it should be, yeah. Wow, nice Kaishin.
Nice Kaishin to end it.
Very nice. GG, Error.
GG.
GG.
Thank you. Xytoriak right behind me. So he could still win if I get lost at sea long enough.
It could happen. Error's pretty sleep deprived after DQ6 run, I think.
Yeah. And I already have a tendency to fail the same thing here. I need to go back to training camp. I need better RNG in the end game for once. Still a fun game, even when things aren't going well. It's a good time. It's a really satisfying game to complete because there are very few circumstances where you're favored to succeed. So you get the pleasure of overcoming some pretty tough challenges.
Yeah, it is a really satisfying game to beat the speedrun on. Always feels like you've really accomplished something when you've beaten DQ2.
Wow, I already got my setup.
Nice.
Very nice.
Good luck, Xytoriak.
Bad news for you. I didn't get lost. Although, technically, JRTA timing goes through the end of the credits.
Nice, Kaishin. I forgot to defense him.
Nice.
That's fine.
You just crit all the time, you don't need to.
True. Yeah.
Yeah, so having the two heal shields is quite nice because both Laura and Sama can heal themselves for free. You don't have to rely on Moonbrook because she can die pretty quickly. Explode it. Good damage.
Yeah, I was gonna go for the sleep, but then I crit, and so it didn't matter anymore. I ran out of time. That was my play on the next turn.
Using those shields, healing up.
Looking good.
Yeah, pretty friendly today so far. You gotta be getting close here at this point.
Got him.
GG.
Yep, GG.
GG, Xytoriak.
Woo!
Very nice. Everyone finished under 5 hours.
Yeah.
This is my first sub 5 no Hagu.
That's awesome.
Very nice.
This is my first 5 prayer ring finish.
Yeah, my run was okay, but for a 2 Hagu, kind of slow.
I like the fact that I don't have any townspeople to get in my way.
Yeah, Red
That's
Girl
the
got it
true
out of her
final
system
boss.
earlier for me.
Now I have to make sure I don't get lost at sea.
So much easier to get lost at sea on Game Boy Color.
Sure is.
So I guess to sing along, you could mute your mic in Discord and then add your mic in OBS.
I could.
It'll work.
Is that what you're telling me I should do?
It is. We gotta have a song, man. We're gonna lose our DQRTA license.
You want us to lose our license, Xytoriak?
The page that I have for saved doesn't have the lyrics anymore.
I can send it to you. It's fine.
You better hurry.
You want it in Japanese or English?
Well, I mean, it was in Japanese.
It's a joke. There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, timing is on the last text box here at the King for GBC. And then we get lots of slow fireworks.
Go Xytoriak.
Okay, muting in Discord, and then I'll sing on my channel.
Yes.
I guess we should be quiet.
Alright, I gotta make sure that you can hear me over my music. Okay, according to my levels, I should be good.
I heard you like fireworks.
I forgot how many fireworks were in this ending part. Somebody's casting exploded over Laurasia.
You could stop the timer.
Here we go. 少年時代の見果てぬおぬ嫁今でも心に抱き続けてる今朝焼けの空を見上げて生きりにこの胸うずかせる飽き尽くしてきた靴の数と同じだけの夢たち時には見るしが果て探してやがて追いつきこの道我が旅果てしなく続く出会いと別れを繰り返しながら今夢を熱く燃えたぎらせ明日へ明日へ歩き出す少年時代の見果てぬあの夢今でも心に抱き続けてる今星空の下で佇み遥かな想いを抱きしめるぬくもり続けてる夢たちと影星が道連れ雨も風も日照れも嵐も友達だったこの道我が旅果てしなく続く出会いと別れを繰り返しながら今夢を熱く燃えたぎらせ Ashita e haruki dasu. Ashita e haruki dasu.
GG.
GG's, everyone. That
GG.
was fun.
GG. That was a epic race, honestly.
Everyone. Fun.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. And thanks to Xytoriak, we get to keep our DQRTA license for another year.
I'm here to serve. I'm part of the community. Can't lose that license.
Yep. Thanks for singing, Xytoriak. It's great, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks for suggesting this race, guys. I thought it would be a little more one-sided or something, but it was actually really close, and it was a great idea. It was really cool to see everything side by side and all the differences, get to explain that and have examples of it. I thought everybody really liked it.
Yeah. Could have used a couple more Malroth wins on the NES side, but aside from that, it was pretty good.
Really appreciate you doing commentary for us, Ash. It's a lot to keep up with and try to explain what's going on. So thanks for doing that.
Yeah, no problem. It was a pleasure. Anything anybody else has to say? I'll highlight what we got next coming up, and then we will throw it off.
I'm just happy to be a part. This is the first time I've got to be a part of the DQRTA, and thanks for having me. I look forward to next year already, even though we still got a day and a half left of runs.
Yep. And as usual, if there's anybody who's looking to learn a Dragon Quest speedrun, go ahead and check out that Discord link in chat. It's a great community. You can just go in there and ask any level of questions, whether you have no idea what's going on in the run or you've been running it for weeks and you need some specifics. Most information is known by somebody in there. There's also a compendium that's just got a huge collection of notes and route details. So it's a great place to start, and we hope to see a lot more people joining.
Yeah, well, thanks, guys. Up next, we have the Dragon Warrior 4 race with Shiner, Northrex, and Dr. Mr. Holmes. I'm really looking forward to that. Should be a fun one. And then we have Dragon Quest 3 Nintendo Switch with Ellie, followed by the Dragon Quest 9 race, and our finale, Dragon Quest 5. So stay with us, guys. I think we're going to switch streamers for the race, and we'll be back soon.